Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Council's meeting on the 11th of December, our final meeting for the year. I'd like to open the meeting at 7 o'clock. And just a reminder that for the people watching and for people in the gallery that Banyule Council expects a certain behaviour level and will not tolerate bullying of residents of any type or any time, and that all residents are entitled to have an opinion and they're entitled to express that opinion and should not be subject to any aggressive behaviour in this chamber or outside this chamber. So if people could all remember that, that would be much appreciated. I'd like to now pass on to our Chief Executive Officer, Alison Beckwith, who will read out the formalities.
Thank you, Mayor, and welcome everyone to this ordinary meeting of Council. My name is Alison Beckwith and I'm the Chief Executive Officer here at Banyule. Tonight's meeting is being held in accordance with the governance rules and the Local Government Act, and we're enabling people to attend in person and virtually. The meeting is being live streamed via Council's website and Facebook page. The live stream is not interactive, so any comments or private messages directed to us while the live stream is active will not be presented to the Council group or have any bearing on tonight's meeting. Council's request to methods continue to allow participation without our residents having to attend in person. I'll just go through some rules of public participation. Please note that any public questions submitted to tonight's Council meeting will be read out by a member of our executive leadership team, and a verbal response will also be provided. Questions and responses will be included in the meeting minutes. Council does not accept questions as part of the request to speak process. No statement may be derogatory, defamatory or directed to an individual councillor, member of staff, ratepayer or member of the public. A 2-minute time limit applies to all requests to speak. The timer will be used and a warning will sound at the 1.5-minute mark, and officers will sum up for the last 30 seconds if required for statements being read out on their behalf. We ask that members of the gallery please check their phones and ensure that it's either switched off or on silent mode, and I thank you in advance for that. If any members of the public gallery depart the chamber while the meeting is still in progress, we do kindly ask that you don't hold conversations out in the foyer or just down the stairs. Unfortunately, it does reverberate into the chamber and affect the live stream and those watching at home, and so I thank you again in advance for that. I'll now introduce to the councillors in attendance tonight, and I'll start to my left. We have Councillor Peter Castaldo, Councillor Fiona Mitsonikos, Councillor Peter Dimorellis and Councillor Alison Champion. And to my right, I have the Mayor, Councillor Tom Melican, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Rick Garotti, Councillor Alida McKern, Councillor Elizabeth Neely and Councillor Mark Di Pasquale. This evening we're also joined by Council's executive team, and I have Mark Gilio, Director of Corporate Services, Natasha Swan, Director of City Development, Darren Bennett, Director of Assets and City Services, and Kath Brackett, Director of Community Wellbeing. Also supporting the team tonight is Council's governance team and IT team, and we thank you for your participation. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I would also like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land, and our meeting is being held on traditional lands of the Wurundjeri Wurrung people. And on behalf of Banyule City Council, I'd wish to acknowledge them as traditional custodians. I'd also like to pay my respects to any Wurundjeri Wurrung elders, past, present and emerging, and to acknowledge the other Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islanders that may be joining us tonight. And our diversity statement. Council is committed to and values diversity within our community. Our community is made up of diverse cultures, beliefs, abilities, bodies, sexualities, ages and genders. We are committed to access, equality, participation and the rights of everyone, principles that empower, foster harmony and increase the well-being of an inclusive community. Apologies, we have none, and leave of absence, we have none. I'd look for a councillor to move the confirmation of the minutes held on the 20th of November. Move Councillor Mitsonikos. seconded Councillor Neely. I'll put that. All those in favour? That is carried. Disclosure of interest. Councillors, as a requirement of all meetings, council must declare a conflict of interest at the start of the meeting and leave the meeting when the item is presented to council. Are there any councillors that wish to express a conflict of interest tonight? Councillor De Moralis?
Yes, I declare a conflict of interest for 4.2, a material conflict.
Thank you. Noted. Later in the agenda item, that will be declared and you'll be asked to leave the room. Thank you. Disclosure of interest to staff. Are there any officers who have any disclosures of interest? There are none. Urgent items. There are no urgent items and there are no petitions tonight. So we'll move on to our first item on the agenda, item 3.1, 78 to 80 Hordern Street, Heidelberg, notice of intention to sale, hearing of submissions. We have 3 speakers tonight. I wish to call the first speaker, Pippa Griffiths. Would you like to come forward?
Thank you. I'm asking you to seriously reconsider how important it is that this Hordern Street site be sold before you finally seal the deal. It is really not urgent that it be sold now for more housing. Yes, there's a housing shortage, but this site will not make much difference to that shortage, as there's already quite a bit of building happening in the area and a stockpile of approvals already going nowhere. In recent months, there's been a number of reports of already approved developments not proceeding for all sorts of reasons, and some of these are around Heidelberg. What really is urgent is that when more of this already planned for and approved housing is constructed, council must provide amenities for the people who will be living in it. These amenities include community meeting spaces and facilities for functions, etc. Selling Hordern Street off contradicts the recently adopted community infrastructure plan and other council strategies, such as concentrating things in major activity centres, 20-minute neighbourhoods, fixing existing infrastructure, and the current community consultation about improving things for older adults. Removing a community facility from within a major activity centre works against all of these. Instead of driving people, and I'm using that term deliberately, to the periphery, as in the old Shire offices, or out of Heidelberg to Belfield, neither of which is easily and safely accessible, we should have good accessible facilities within the activity centre. This will bring people into the centre and improve livability for existing and future residents. Therefore, the Hordern Street facility must be retained and enhanced, or kept until alternative community facilities are provided within the activity centre, although I really wonder how realistic it is to find a better location. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pippa. Our second speaker is Jane Crone. Welcome, Jane.
Thank you. Now, I'm still speaking in full support of my original submission that has been incorrectly summarised in tonight's agenda. I'm totally against Council's intention to sell the Hordern Street Community Hall. Council's excuse being that it's an ageing building, surplus to Council's requirements. Well, what about the community's requirements? Hordern Hall is a far better building than the ageing relocated old Shire offices. So a lot of the groups that are being moved have been offered the Shire offices. I know because I belong to Warringal Conservation, and it's not a fit-for-purpose building, not for big groups. And the old Hordern Hall is also a much more fit-for-purpose building than the new Belfield Community Hub. That's badly designed. This is the Community Hub, the new one, because it's on 2 levels, and it also has an inadequately sized slow lift. I've been quoted as saying it's got a fast lift. An upstairs kitchen, undersized car park and insufficient storage that does not suit many community groups. Warringal Orchid Society prefers Hordern Hall to their new facility in Watsonia. I recently joined them and I know that's the case. And the Ivanhoe Garden Club is already outgrowing the new Belfield Community Hub and much preferred the old building at Belfield. Deferral tonight is due to Council's process oversight, but it's obvious that the Council is intending to sell. The commercial dance studio, I gather, has no official facility yet, and that's noted in the agenda. And I was told a while ago that everyone was happy, pretty much, and everyone had been relocated. Well, that's not the case, and the owner of the dance school is here tonight, and one of the people whose child goes, listening to what's happening tonight. It's so short-sighted of Council to sell. As more and more people are having to live in apartments, we need to protect and keep our community assets. Once gone, they're gone forever and cannot be suitably replaced. The sale of many school sites proved to be a mistake with our increase in population of school-aged students. Council's caused the demise of the Heidelberg Swimming Club, taking away its club room. I was involved years ago, and
Jane,
almost the
would you mind
croquet club with an attempt
Jane?
to take away some of its playing grounds, which was only a feasibility study. Well, it wasn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. We have a third speaker, Alicia Curry. Welcome, Alicia.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors. I've spoken about the Hordern Street Hall a couple of times previously. I've spoken about the contradiction to council policies, the community infrastructure plan, and the good reasons why not to sell it. But tonight I want to redirect and I want to speak about the merits of the location as is. So this is a location that you cannot replace. It's an ideal location for the Heidelberg Centre as well as the surrounding suburbs. It's located in the mid-precinct in Heidelberg, which is one of our significant commercial areas. Having an opportunity to keep this facility and redevelop this location is going to provide council with benefits to the whole area, including drawing investment into Heidelberg. So this has a number of benefits to the community as well as the commercial precinct. You cannot purchase land. If you sell this now, you will not be able to purchase land for the same price, not to mention the amount that you will lose in selling fees and the amount that you will lose in advertising this. You also leave the current community without a facility, and this location is ideally located for current and future community. Now, I noticed that what council are relying on, saying that when the Belfield site was envisioned, that it was going to close Hordern Street. Well, I can't find that on any documentation. And besides that, this would be your opportunity to correct that. So it's questionable how you came up with that plan. It's already a contradiction of council policies. It's a severely flawed plan from the outset, and now is the time for council to align its decisions with its policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. There is a motion in the papers. I look for a councillor to move a motion. Move Councillor Garotti, seconded Councillor McKern. Would you like to speak to that item?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just really like to thank the three speakers, and obviously the purpose for tonight was for us to hear that feedback openly and frankly, and we'll now officers will incorporate that into their process, and I imagine there'll be another report back to council. Thank you, Mayor.
Further comment? Councillor McKern.
Thank you, Mayor Melican. I too would like to thank the speakers tonight, but also the submitters who have written into us. I have read the submissions and heard you very clearly tonight, the speakers who presented, and I think that there have been some very strong, passionate and well-researched arguments presented this evening. It will give us a lot to think about over the Christmas break. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there further comments? Councillor Castaldo.
Yeah, I'd like to thank all the submitters to this item for sharing their views. This is a challenging item for me, and I agree with a number of the statements in the submissions. that suggest the site should not be sold prior to the provision of another community asset in Heidelberg. The community infrastructure plan speaks to this need in the area, and we certainly do need to provide it. This is a priority in the plan, but it's also clear that the Hordern Hall is an underdevelopment on this location. It's crucial that Council continues looking to provide that future community asset that meets today's requirements and helps to provide that important civic participation we need in our largest major activity centre. Tonight we're not voting on the sale, but we are voting on to receive the submissions for consideration only, I should note.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? I'll put that in the name of Councillor Grotti. All those in favour? That is carried. We move on to, I'd like to thank the speakers as well for their participation and input. We move on to item 3.2, the awarding of the sports field maintenance contract. There are no speakers to this item. I'll look for a councillor to move a motion. Move Councillor Grotti, seconded Councillor Neely. Would you like to speak to the item? Would you like to speak to the item? Are there any councillors who would like to speak? I'll put that motion in. All those in favour? That is carried. We've moved on. We'll move on to item 3.4, the awarding of the contract provision of cyclic tree pruning. Or did I miss? No, I'm sorry, 3.3. Awarding of the contract to the East Ivanhoe Streetscape. I note there is an slight alternative to this motion. Can I look for a council to move that alternative?
Yes. Apologies, Mayor. I'd like to move 1, 2 and 3 as is, with an additional point 4 to continue to advocate to Department of Transport and Planning for the reconstruction of the Eastern pedestrian crossing. So moved.
Move Councillor Costello. Is there a seconder for that motion? Move seconded Councillor McKern. Would you like to speak, Pete?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a great outcome to see the cost within budget. The winning tender also brings works forward so that the impact is over a much shorter period. Knowing how challenging these public works are, we will need to work closely with traders and community to keep them updated during the works. And that first meeting is already being organised. Thank you to Nick. We will see the commencement in February and hopefully the completed streetscape by the end of June next year. But I don't think I remember a single streetscape going as planned, so fingers crossed on that one. This is the third part of the streetscape improvement with the additional traffic lights at Burton and also Burton Crescent streetscape improvements already completed. What hasn't yet been resolved is the need to bring the existing old traffic lights on the eastern end up to standard that will require further work to complete that piece of the puzzle. And I'd just like to say well done to the team, Nick and everyone else involved, Aldona, I think, and a couple of other departed members of this team. It's been going for a few years. We're now up to the most exciting part, which is the delivery, also the most troubling or difficult to achieve. So I'm going to be in contact with community regularly through this next 6 months, I think, on this one to try and make sure we get a great outcome for East Ivanhoe Village. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there further speakers? Yes, Councillor McKern.
Thank you, Mayor. I have watched the improvements in East Ivanhoe Shopping Centre with much delight, to be honest. I think it's always been a delightful little shopping centre. It's local and it has a lovely village feel about it, which in a Melbourne metropolitan area can feel quite at odds with the way our population is generally growing. I think the new streetscape works are going to make East Ivanhoe even more vibrant and safe. Those new pedestrian lights, I think you'll agree, Councillor Castaldo, have made a big difference to making crossing the road a lot safer. And I think Councillor Castaldo is to be commended for the hard work he's put into guiding this process. So very supportive of the contract being approved this evening, and looking forward to watching it all unfold on the ground.
Thank you. No further speakers. I'll put that. All those in favour? That is carried. We'll move on to item 3.4, the awarding of the contract for the provision of cyclic tree pruning 23-24. There are no speakers. I'll move Councillor Garotti, seconded Councillor Champion. Speaker?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think it's important just to always comment, at least when these tenders come up. So on this one, and also just 3.2, so these are panel arrangements. So well done to Darren and the team for just selecting a good panel. We did interrogate the bids that came in, and generally speaking, the providers were lowest cost, although the benefit of a panel is that you can get a mix in terms of cost and quality dimensions. And when individual works come up, the officers will then go out to a request for quote process with those providers. So it's a very rigorous process to procurement, and we were satisfied with the suppliers that have been recommended. Thank you, Mayor.
Further comment? I'll put that in the name of Councillor Garotti. All those in favour? That is carried. We'll move on to item 3.5, response to Government recommendation, the operations standards. There is one speaker, Alicia. Welcome again.
Thank you. Mayor, councillors, I'm speaking 3 times tonight because of the previous item, so I haven't had a clear opportunity to get to the bottom of this one. So this is a subset of the recommendations that were provided by IBAC, and council have done a further subset, so they actually haven't included all of the recommendations which are provided in Operation Sand and Council Governance, which is the document I've found independently on the IBAC site. And I've spoken regarding IBAC reports before. I think the last time was on the 14th of November 2022. And local in government, I understand the local government inspectorate came out for a discussion with Banyule, but there's been no item on the agenda that I have seen, so I would be curious to know what that delivery was, please. Also, I make the following submissions for Council to implement immediately. Council log all communication received from developers to both administration and councillors. Number 2, create a table format of all decisions made by Council. And using an existing example, Frankston Council already records its decisions and notes for and against. Now note the Council only has this recommendation against the minutes, but if you create an online live table, residents will be able to look up which councillors support which options, and that's very important in development. I'd also like Council to support the creation of the Model Code of Conduct and legislated transparency, which is not currently in the recommendations. And I also support further powers to IBAC, and I hope the Council will offer support to get more powers into IBAC to ensure a robust independent organisation with similar capabilities to ICAC. And I'd like to, for that recommendation, to include legislated recourse against the Code of Conduct and the transparency for the public, which currently does not exist. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a slight amendment to this recommendation.
Mayor, if I may ask a question.
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. To the appropriate officer, there was a reference to a visit from a representative of IBAC to this council. I just wanted to get from the appropriate officer, what was that visit? What did it entail? And what did we go through during that meeting? Thank you.
Could I ask Cabinet's team to respond, please?
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Mayor. Great observation from Alicia. Indeed, the Local Government Inspectorate did come across to Council as part of their roadshow, Local Government Roadshow, The Local Government Inspectorate has a few limbs to it. One of it is an education and capacity building piece to local government. So it was actually not IBAC but the Local Government Inspectorate who came across and briefed councillors on all matters that related to their obligations. So stepped out things like conflicts of interest, the Councillor Code of Conduct framework, spoke about personal interest returns and misuse of position and other matters that are detailed in the role of a councillor in the Local Government Act 2020. It was also a really practical opportunity for councillors to pose questions to the Inspectorate around investigations that are on foot, the process of those investigations, and I suppose improvements that we can take moving forward with respect to the way that we undertake our governance arrangements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions?
No, Mayor, thank you.
There is a slight alteration or amendment to this recommendation. Would someone like to read that out? Councillor Grotting.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So 1 as is, 2 A as is, and B, just a slight amendment detailing council meeting minutes to councillors who spoke to each item to improve the record and transparency of an item's debate, and the rest as is.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Neely. Councillor Grotting.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I think this is a proactive way for council to begin to implement some of the recommendations arising from that report. I note that there was correspondence from Council Watch, which used to be the former Ratepayers Victoria. They wrote out to all the councils with their recommendations on what could be implemented. And this is actually completely consistent with their recommendations to the sector. So very pleased that we'll be moving forward with this, and looking for support from the group. What I might do is that also just ask the CEO as to, if it's adopted, when would this take place?
So yeah.
Through you, Mayor. Where, if adopted tonight, we'll bring these in place as of the first meeting in 2024, which is the 5th of Feb, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. Any further comment? Councillor Neely.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think it's good for council to revisit its processes. As a council, I think we're very transparent. For example, it's not the practice at Banyule to move things en bloc. All of our meetings are recorded. You can note all the cameras in the room. So there's a permanent record on top of the minutes for each meeting that can be accessed by residents, members of the public. They can be referred to. So this is just about reducing any systemic vulnerabilities. And I'd like to mention that, as a councillor, it's been good, the training that we've gone through at Banyule. We revisit councillor expectations quite regularly, and I'm confident that we've got the balance right. Thank you, Mayor.
Any further comments? Councillor Di Pasquale.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, there has been some changes to the meeting procedures over the years. I mean, I remember the day when meetings weren't even recorded or filmed or televised. So if you wanted to know exactly what was going on during a meeting, you'd have to be here in the gallery. And then not only that, after the event, the minutes would go out and the community could see those, but there was an item would come up, Mayor, and it wouldn't have who voted which way on an item. It was just that it was passed or it was voted down. So it was one way or the other. So, look, I think this makes it a lot easier as a councillor now to have our positions out in the community and understood more in the community. So therefore the community can come to us and say, hey, why do you think that, you didn't vote for that, or why did you vote for that? Rather than, just taking it as if we voted for it when it was passed. Because that's not always the way. The only mechanism we had was, or have still, is to call a division, which then puts our individual vote down in the minutes. And that was really only done in the past when there were controversial topics and there was a certain position that a council wanted to portray in the community. So definitely the times have changed. I mean, now everything is recorded. Now we're looking to move to have our voting recorded as in for or against, but also very importantly too, there is an abstain option now, which we never had before, in previous councils too. You either had to vote for or against. You couldn't abstain. So if I don't have the correct amount of information or I'm not comfortable to make the decision for or against, I have the right to abstain, which I think is quite fair. We will wait and see how it leaves voting in the future, whether it sort of, whether it changes the voting patterns. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Further comment? Sorry, Councillor Allude.
Question, if I may, through you to our governance manager. Could we have a clarification regarding abstinence in a vote and whether it's recorded as neutral, neither way, either for or against, or whether indeed it's recorded as against? I'd just like to have clarification given what Councillor Di Pasquale has mentioned.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mayor. If a councillor was to vote or abstain from voting, rather, that would be counted in the negative. So therefore, it would be calculated as a vote against the motion that is on the table.
Thank you. Further questions? I'll put that. All those in favour? That is carried. We'll move on to item 3.6, Audit and Risk Committee recruitment of new independent representative member. There are no speakers. I believe there's a small amendment to this as well.
Oh, Mayor, I just had a question.
Question, Councillor Grotti?
Yeah, just through you to the appropriate officer or councillor that was involved in the selection committee, but just seeking some feedback on about Miss Lisa Young and the role and contribution that this individual is expected to play on the committee.
Councillor Demaros, would you like?
I was going to talk when the time comes, so I'll leave this to the correct officer and then take my turn through the next moment.
Mark, would you like to respond to that question, please, Mark?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, without stealing the councillor's thunder a little later on. A rigorous process. We went through a rigorous process for the recruitment, but I think the highlights in terms of this member that's recommended to council tonight, Lisa Young, an experienced Audit and Risk Committee member for a couple of councils, so Moonee Valley Council and Corangamite Shire Council, and also Deakin University School of Criminology Board. Very capable person, is going to complement the audit committee members, the other independent audit committee members, and provide good advice, and particularly in the field of cybersecurity where there's some expertise there, and given that that's a big issue for not only councils but for the community and big business, and on all businesses I should say, that'd be good to have her insights and advice around cybersecurity.
Thank you. I look for a councillor to move a motion with that small amendment. Would someone like to move that motion? Moved Councillor Demaros, seconded Councillor Grotti. Would you like to speak, Councillor? Or do you want to just actually read out what the amendment is, if you don't mind?
Number 1, 3 years.
Thank you.
All right. So moved.
Would you like to comment now, please?
Yeah, thanks. No, what a great experience that was to be on a panel for somebody in the Audit and Risk Committee, because it's one of the core things I believe that any organisation, especially a council, should definitely have is a committee that goes over the audit and risk side of things. So it's a very valuable, very important role, in my view. And we had some great applications and some great interviews. So firstly, thank you to everyone to apply, because it's a big thing. Based on the criteria and obviously inside the interview, it really was a fitting into what I saw, based on also the criteria, the future of what council requires. And cybersecurity definitely is a big factor. And I know that was one of the criteria. And Lisa, or Miss Lisa Young, definitely I felt, had the credentials to bring that to council and bring that different eye over council's operations in cybersecurity. The audit and risk, look, anyone that applies for that role has experience in audit and risk committees, So that definitely criteria was ticked. And I felt like it was the most fitting option for council going forward. And I look forward to the reports coming from Lisa in the future. So thank you for letting me be part of that, councillors.
Thank you very much. Are there any further comments? Councillor Garotti?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And just to note as well that we had our Audit and Risk Committee on Friday, and the committee, this was presented to the committee and it was endorsed by the committee. So just for the benefit of the council and the public, that has been approved or endorsed by the Audit and Risk Committee. And I also just wanted to take this opportunity just to reflect on point 3, just to acknowledge the outgoing committee member and chair, Dr. Irene Irvine. She was very good and did a very good job, and I think really helped us strengthen our Audit and Risk Committee. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any further comments, Councillor De Pasquale?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, also would like to acknowledge Dr. Irene for her time on the committee in the past, being a delegate on this on the committee as well. Myself going through, I think it was a bit of time ago, Mayor. The cybersecurity issues weren't as big as they are now, and she really guided the. There were a lot of red flags at that time when she did come onto this committee. There were issues with regards to things that needed to be tidied up or looked at with regards to invoicing, with regards to pay and awards, all these types of things that affect an organisation like local government. And also it was interesting to find out how the organisation is testing the cybersecurity firewalls and how people can actually get in. So they actually go through various tests to test how robust they are. So I think the community should understand how quickly that area of audit and risk is changing, and as best we possibly can, everyone's data and information should be safe, and it's being tested regularly. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. For any further Councillor McKern?
Thank you, Mayor. I acknowledge all the comments made by fellow councillors tonight. You'll recall at the last meeting of council, I did mention the importance of our Audit and Risk Committee and did make the suggestion that all the councillors' calendars were populated with all the dates for the upcoming year of Audit and Risk Committee meetings so that we can attend. Our official councillor representatives are Councillor Garotti and Councillor Neely, with substitute being Councillor Champion, but all councillors are able to attend meetings as observers and can ask questions. So I did take the liberty of attending last Friday, and I can say quite openly, Mayor, that it was an eye-opener. As has been mentioned tonight, cybersecurity was a big item on the agenda, but also you start to get a better feeling for the level of risk this council needs to undertake to perform its day-to-day operational duties. And I was very impressed by the calibre of people on the committee and also the excellent questions asked by fellow councillors. So it was certainly comforting, Mayor Melican, to attend that meeting and to understand how much work this council does put into safety for our residents and the work council's doing.
Thank you very much. Further comment? I'll put that in the name of Councillor Demaros. All those in favour? That is carried. We'll move on to item 3.7, the Banyule Community Cemetery Trust financial statements. There are no speakers. I'd like the council to move the motion as per the papers. Councillor Garotti, seconded. Councillor De Pasquale. Comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Look, it's a very pleasing result, and just in querying it with officers, a lot of it is, there's a suggestion that it's just a timing difference. So over the remainder of the year, we sort of expect that unfavourable or favourable variance to unwind. But I suppose what is interesting as a theme is that for the last couple of years, every year we expect the trust to run a deficit, and somehow it runs a surplus. So it's good that that theme's continuing this year. And happy to put this forward for council consideration. Thank you, Mayor.
Further comment? I'll put that. All those in favour? That is carried. We'll move on to the Banyule Cemetery Trust Operating Report. There are no speakers. Look for a councillor to move that recommendation as per the papers. Moved Councillor Garotti, seconded Councillor Di Pasquale. Comment? No comment?
No comment, Mayor.
Any other councillors? No. I'll put that. All those in favour? That is carried. Item 3.9, record of council meetings. There are no speakers. Be strange to amend this one, I suppose, but look for a councillor to move as per the papers. Councillor Champion, seconded Councillor Di Pasquale. Comment? I'll put that in the name of Councillor Champion. All those in favour? That is carried. We'll move on to item 4.1, Yarra Plenty Regional Library Service Annual Report. There is one speaker, Alicia Curry. Welcome again, Alicia.
Hi again. I've got a couple of unusual comments to make on this. So Rosanna Library, of course, in the works. The maker's space in Rosanna Library hasn't been announced, so I'd be very curious to know if a decision has been made. The feedback from the public was only open for a week, run by Yarra Plenty Library, which I don't think was sufficient, so I don't know anything about the feedback in the report. But I'd like to highlight that the Ivanhoe Library has an exceptional maker's space, and I want to comment on this, that I went down there and I did the training courses on the use of the 3D printer and the engraving, and what I did with that is my microwave, the door mechanism on my microwave broke, and I would have had to put it to hard waste because it was an internal mechanism. And so I researched online, discovered that actually I could find a format for that microwave, and I went down to Ivanhoe Library and I 3D printed the door mechanism. Now, probably not everybody is as handy as I am. I was happy to pull apart the microwave and put it in. But I wonder whether council could advocate and encourage and investigate ways to use this, and perhaps with a men's group or a women's group, because I would be interested in that, and repair workshops to see whether we can further advocate for those facilities and whether we could incorporate that, because I really don't like putting things to hard waste, and what a waste for that tiny little mechanical piece. And lastly on this, I tried to attend a public meeting for the Yarra Plenty Regional Library, which are open to the public, but they're really not open. So when I went to attend down at the Ivanhoe Library, the meeting had been changed from the location, which wasn't on Ivanhoe, it was online. And even though people from Ivanhoe Library were attending, I was not permitted to attend, and I wonder whether council can please advocate for better outcomes, because at the time they were discussing Rosanna Library, which was a high topic of interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Could I ask the Director of Community Programs to respond to the question about the consultation about the Makers Mark and also the openness of the meetings, please?
I can try to, so thank you for your questions. My understanding is that the board meetings for the Waipara Regional Library are open to the public, so I'm not sure about the meeting that you referred to. I'm happy to take it online because they are open to the public, so I'm not sure, so apologies for whatever happened with that meeting. The information for the makerspace at Rosanna, there was a bit of a co-design process with the library, and what they're doing now is just having a look at that feedback and making sure that what's offered at the Rosanna pop-up is complementary to what's happening at Ivanhoe. So the aim is to have a number of different opportunities across the municipality, not repeating the same success. And just can I add in also about your reflections on the makerspace here? We are working with Waipara Library and this council with like a libraries of things to try and link together that kind of circular economy, and those makerspaces are a really important anchor in delivering that as well. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. I look for a councillor to move a motion. Move Councillor Champion, seconded Councillor Garotti. Comment?
Thank you, Mayor. So in addition to 3D printing at a library and borrowing books and either reading the book in the library or taking the book home with you for a period of time, libraries, our Yarra Plenty Regional Library actually provides a lot of services that many people aren't aware of. They include access to free Wi-Fi, to computer usage, digital books, digital audio, music, so you can borrow music, story time for toddlers. There are art activities, there's live music. There are cooking demonstrations at libraries, and that's just a small handful of things that are possible to do at a local library. Local libraries encourage connection and they actually combat loneliness, and these are some things that are expressed in the report as quotations from our community members. The number of visitors to our libraries has actually exceeded records since our restrictions were lifted. During restrictions, our users relied heavily on the click and collect services, so they could sort of order the books online to borrow, and they would come to one of the libraries or one of the hubs to borrow, to actually pick up the books and then move on, or whatever they were borrowing. There has been an increase in our Somali residents visiting the library. They now have an appreciation for a library and now see it as part of their lives and their services. Our mobile library reaches more remote residents, and our formal click and collect hubs have also seen an increase in visits and usage. Certainly since the restrictions have lifted. The restriction time of 2 years, the 2021, really saw how libraries were needed. Our libraries were really needed. They were really, really important services. Above all, the library is for everyone. It is made a safe place for everyone, regardless of their age or their gender or their socio-economic background or their nationality. And we know that our CEO, Jane Cowell, actually is proud of that. This is what she brings to the library. I also want to make really clear, Yarra Plenty Regional Library is supported by 3 councils, so Banyule is one of them, Whittlesea Council is the other, and Nillumbik Council is the other. So we all 3 councils support the Yarra Plenty Regional Library, and it is a very, very special place. And this year the youngest member was made a member at 9 days old. There we go. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Further comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll just make a few comments. So I believe that this might be the very first time, or at least the first time in a long time, since I've been on council anyway, that we've had a report come back to the council and to our community on the Yarra Plenty Regional Library Service. So last year I had the privilege of being endorsed by this council to go on the board and to serve with and underneath Councillor Champion, who was the chair of the library board for last year. It was a really great learning experience. And one thing that you recognise is that if you talk to any member of the community, libraries are one of the key services that they identify with as being provided by council. And yet, because we've got a service that's delivered in partnership with Nillumbik Council and Whittlesea Council via the board, nothing ever really comes to this council formally and by extension to the community. So I had a chat to the chair and to our CEO and to the CEO of the library board, Kath as well, and we decided that it'd be a really good just governance and accountability to bring an annual report back to the council and back to the community, just so that everyone's got visibility on what the library's doing and how it's performing, but also an understanding of the finances of the library. So we contribute $5.5 million a year, which is significant or material part of the council budget. And at the very moment, in fact, as a library board, budget is one of the big challenges and issues. And the library board does receive a sizable state government grant. And that's one of the issues that we're working through at the moment. and if needs be, we may bring back further reports to the council and to the community on the issues that we're grappling with in that space. But very well done, and thank you again to our outgoing chair now, Councillor Champion, and to the very good work of our libraries. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Further comment? Councillor Neely?
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. It's, for me, great to see that library membership is growing and that Banyule residents are avid readers. So, mentioning from the report that 545,000 items were borrowed in the last financial year. I know we've heard it, but I just have to reiterate that libraries are excellent places because they enable the community to be invited in, to access the programs, the spaces and the resources. Not to mention the learning that it encourages, building skills, knowledge, creativity in a very safe space. So I'd also like to thank Jane Cowell, the CEO. She does an excellent job. The staff for all their wonderful programs and offerings. It's a great report. Also, thank you to the two councillors on the committee, Councillor Champion and Garotti, because it is quite a big commitment. The meetings are not too dissimilar to a council meeting. There's a very robust agenda, and there's also the Library Audit Committee, so that takes a lot of preparation. I'm impressed with how libraries are meeting community needs, through digitising and through diversifying. They really have to keep up with technology and the changing and emerging interests of residents. So I think the Yarra Plenty Regional Library does provide a really top quality service. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Further comment? I'll put that in the name of Councillor Champion. All those in favour? That is carried. We'll move on to item 4.2, Heads of Agreement for Chelsworth Park Pavilion Project. We have one speaker.
I have a conflict and I'll be leaving the room.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Demaros.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Welcome, Mark Dixon. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, councillors. Tonight I represent 5 sporting clubs: the Ivanhoe Cricket Club, the Old Ivanhoe Soccer Club, the Old Ivanhoe Football Club, the Old Ivanhoe Cricket Club and the Ivanhoe Harriers. Just to touch on what we spoke about, what seems only a few weeks ago, we fully support the Heads of Agreement going forward. We believe that this gives equality to women in having safe and accessible access to play sport, with many of the clubs growing in the female division of their programs. This will see council save over $40 million over the life of the lease, with not having to maintain the grounds, but also not having to put in what in the papers say around $18 million to do the building in around 10 years' time. Noticed that on the agenda there's also items around public toilets and access. Chelsworth Park, at the very first meeting, we put forward that the toilets needed to stay because the people part of the reference group and the sporting clubs are also from the wider community and use the park more as a recreational park than with their sporting clubs. I also note that over the times that what could be a controversial issue, there's been no one to speak against it. I think this goes to the great work that Alison Beckwith, our CEO, Kath Brackett, our Director of Community Services, and Nicole Maslin and the team have done in getting such a great outcome for the community, whether you're a sporting club, a passive user of the park, a rate payer, because it certainly ticks all the boxes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a slight amendment to this recommendation. Can that be on the board, please? Moved by Councillor McKern. Would you mind reading it out in your amendment, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just read out the slight amendments, being point 2. Notes the agreement for lease terms outlined in the draft Heads of Agreement addresses general obligations related to the premises, including aspects such as signage, and these remain unchanged from the existing lease. And point 4 notes that at each stage of the consultation, an additional weekend on-site session be included to cater for people who cannot attend during weekday hours. Thank you, Mayor.
Move Councillor McKern. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded Councillor Grotti. Would you like to speak, Councillor McKern?
Thank you, Mayor, Councillor Malikan, and thank you to the Speaker, Mr Dixon, who is representing 5 sporting clubs. The Speaker has articulated the benefits of replacing the existing 2 pavilions, and I don't think we need to repeat that. I also agree that the sporting clubs have had an excellent opportunity to provide their comments and ideas and feedback into draft plans. However, with regards to the community, I think they still have to have their go at contributing their ideas. This item is a follow-up to the council agenda of the 30th of October. And we do have before us a Heads of Agreement, which essentially is a document providing a non-legally binding framework for proposed future contracts between the parties. So that's really important to know that at this stage there's nothing legal in place. It has been negotiated between council staff and Ivanhoe Grammar School. And as mentioned, the aim here is to provide 2 new sports pavilions in Chelsworth Park to replace the existing pavilions. And Ivanhoe Grammar is proposing to invest $12 to $14 million. No mean feat by any stretch of the imagination, Mayor. We know that this proposal, as said, is supported by our local sporting clubs. So the other aspect of tonight's officer recommendation is to seek endorsement from council for the community consultation plan, which comes next. A lot of work has gone into this community consultation plan. I, together with Councillor Castaldo, have worked behind the scenes with our officers to ensure that it's robust and does tick the boxes. Now, the community will have the opportunity to provide feedback on the proposed terms of a new lease to replace the existing lease, and the proposed pavilions in relation to design elements of the pavilions, the landscape and the building footprint. They are vital components, Mayor. Community consultation will take a multi-pronged approach, and will go live on the 15th of December on Council's digital platform, Shaping Banyule. So, Mayor, I would ask the community to have a look at Shaping Banyule to get a feel for the whole of project information and the consultation program, which is quite extensive. It will all conclude on the 30th of March. And also keep an eye out on the Banner and Chelsworth Ward newsletter for more information. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Further comment? Councillor Castaldo.
Yeah, this certainly is a long process, but it is for a very long-term lease and very significant infrastructure contribution by Ivanhoe Grammar that will be enjoyed by the school and the broader community. I believe we are now in we have a good foundation with the Heads of Agreement that addresses many of the unknowns to give the community and school confidence that we can productively move forward on the lease and the delivery of the 2 very much improved pavilions for the benefit of all stakeholders.
Thank you very much. Further comment? Councillor Neely.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's great to see that there's been growth in the junior clubs in Chelsworth and around, in particular, women's participation. Catering to the growth is something that I mentioned before, adapting and changing to the needs of the community, and council has to continually advocate for this change and respond to those needs. So we know that making improvements to be more inclusive with disability access is all being considered, female-friendly change rooms, environmental, sustainable design. So I look forward to seeing progress on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Further comment? I'll put that. All those in favour? That is carried. Can we have Councillor Demaros return, please?
Demaros. Morelos. De Moros. De Morelos. Mitsunikos, same. 4. Yeah, true. You know, I agree. I don't know, but it's kind of funny.
Is Councillor De Morelos there? I think we better move on. We'll move on to item 3.4, local sports infrastructure, proposed applications for Sport and Rec Victoria. There are no speakers. There is a officer recommendation. Moved Councillor Neely, seconded Councillor Di Pasquale. Comment?
Yes. Officers put up information to the state government to get exciting upgrades and projects off the ground. This application supports more participation opportunities. I'm excited about the multi-use component, sport and active and passive recreation, and it supports that inclusive participation as mentioned in the previous item for girls, women, which is great for the clubs who are attracting, you know, new members and joining that sporting community, which is so important for wellbeing. So I support this recommendation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Further comment? Any further comment? I'll put that in the name of Councillor Neely. All those in favour? That is carried. We'll move on to item 5.1, State of the Environment Report. There is one speaker, Michelle Jarvis. I haven't noticed. Oh, there you are, Michelle. Welcome, Michelle, our reigning Citizen of the Year.
Thank you. Thank you. The State of the Environment Report. There are obviously very good stories and progress in the report relating to waste and FOGO recycling, community engagement and corporate Scope 1 and 2 greenhouse gas emissions. It is great as far as it goes, but important elements and news is missing from the report. The State of the Environment Report is used to measure strategy effectiveness to strengthen our sustainable environment, and does this report do that? As I mentioned, yes, but there are gaps and questions that need to be addressed. Important questions that the report needs to address is the extinction crisis in Banyule, at least anecdotally, with insect and bird numbers declining drastically. For example, Christmas beetle numbers down from many hundreds in summer to virtually none, while seeing flocks of grey-headed flying foxes flying at twilight is a thing of the past. Asking what has happened to the no local extinction plan for Banyule. This was being promoted in early 2022, but we don't have an update on progress in this State of the Environment Report. However, we do have information on one of the key indicator species, which is the Altham copper buttfly. But elsewhere in the report, from the backyard bird count, we can see common bird numbers have recently crashed by half. This includes magpies, wattlebirds, lorikeets, etc., in a 2-year period, and we need to understand why this is. And I guess the other thing is, what is the health and state of our waterways? Do we have sampling and flow reports? Major projects are changing the flow regime of the Plenty River, the Banyule Creek, and by extension the Yarra River. Can I have an additional 30 seconds, please?
Just for you, Michelle.
Thank you. So the extension the Yarra River, with greater erosion, greater flooding events, and a definite diminishing of water quality, but do we have an assessment of that? And measuring the tree canopy on private and public land, we have to have the data to see long-term trends and what measures we need to take, but this is still missing. I look forward to working further with BCAC and Council to fill in the missing pieces of the puzzle. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And there's a small amendment. Councillor McKern, would you like to move a small amendment to this report? Yes, Councillor Deepak, you have a question?
Yeah, may I ask a question?
Yes.
My question might sound silly, but the Speaker raises some interesting ideas. Why aren't they in that report? And also, the question I have too is the Speaker mentioned some data with regards to bird life. Where was that data, or where did that data come from if it wasn't in this report? Do we have it in other reports that come to this council?
I'm looking at the director for this.
Through you, Mayor, the observations of the drop in the bird counts is included in the State of the Environment report, but I would have to take on notice where that data comes from. As to the other elements of the extinction of species and other matters, it isn't in the report now, but part of the suggestion for this report is that it be reviewed and that other elements be picked up as part of that review, and that could certainly be work that would be fed within that. And it's our intention that that review come back through the BCAC committee for consideration as part of that.
Would you mind mentioning what the BCAC committee is so people in the gallery might understand?
Thank you, Mayor. And through you, Mayor, it's the Banyule Environment Climate Action Advisory Committee.
Thank you. Further questions, Councillor?
Yes, also, Mayor, with regards to water quality, I do recall that there were, I think, is it Vic Water or Melbourne Water, I believe, do audits, and in the past we were trying to find better ways of auditing our waterways. Has that been rectified, and then possibly then can be added to such a report as this?
We could ask.
I know that's a tough question. I'm happy to take it on notice, but
not for Director Swan.
Through you, Mayor, I couldn't speak to whether the data has improved from Melbourne Water, but I can speak to the fact that we have our integrated water management plan coming through, and it has a number of actions around water monitoring and quality and projects that we do to improve water quality. So I'd have to take on notice the question about whether Melbourne Water's own data has improved. I also note that we're part of the broader Birrarung strategic plan, and that has actions within it as well around water monitoring and quality. And we've been involved with a project with the EPA in measuring water quality in the Heidelberg West industrial area, which flows into the Plenty River and therefore into the Yarra. And that's been really helpful in understanding some of the pollution causes further upstream.
And that was a project we actually received an award for, but it's actually the Darebin Creek, not the Plenty Creek. I thought the Swan would know that, but... Sorry. I did notice there was a small amendment. Would you like to read out your amendment, please, Councillor McKern?
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Melican. Amendment in point 1 endorses the Banyule State of Environment 22-23 report, subject to the following change being made: inclusion of a graph showing the total amount of waste and the composition for the last 3 years. That was put forward by Councillor Castaldo. And point 4 notes that a review of the current model of reporting will be completed for implementation by the next edition of the State of Environment report. And point 5 is an inclusion. As part of the review, a report to be tabled to a future meeting of BCAC, which is the Banyule Environmental Climate Action Advisory Committee, in 2024 that considers expanding the size, scope and detail and delivery of the State of Environment report every 2 years. And I'll speak to that in a moment if that's okay, Mayor.
Move. Councillor McKern. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded, Councillor Garotti. Councillor McCone.
Thank you very much, Mayor. We're approaching the end of the calendar year, and as well as looking forward to the festive season, it's time to take stock and measure our achievements. As mentioned by our Citizen of the Year, Ms Jovis, the State of Environment report aims to detail Council's performance, programs and pressures in relation to key environmental categories, including biodiversity, water, climate change and waste and transport. Essentially, the State of Environment report is a litmus test for how our environmental policies and actions are progressing. It has the potential to inform as to whether our resources are being well invested and where more work is required. It's an important document, and I appreciate that it takes a lot of staff time to prepare. And I wish to thank staff for their efforts in preparing this edition. Happy to support its endorsement on this occasion. However, I think the SOE needs a review to improve effectiveness and efficiencies in monitoring and measurement of reporting against key categories, and a more consistent presentation style across all categories. I too, like our Speaker, would like to see a review of the categories, with the possibility of additional categories such as cultural heritage as a category, particularly post-treetops. And as our Speaker articulated, reporting on the extinction crisis, health and state of our waterways, measurement of tree canopy on public and private land. These are categories that I believe should be considered for a holistic report on our environment. To this end, I'm seeking support from my fellow councillors for a review of the reporting structure, acknowledging the small yet dedicated environmental team of essentially one staff who works hard to pull so much information together each year. We might therefore be better served to deliver the State of Environment every 2 years. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Further comment? Oh, sorry, Councillor Gray.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Look, happy to support the amended motion, that was part of just a process that the Mayor and I go through now of contacting every councillor before the meeting. Certainly had this conversation with Councillor McKern, and I think it's a reasonable compromise to look at doing, which is to expand the size and scope of the report, but to have it then every 2 years. So a bit of a trade-off there, so get a bit more detail, get a bit more information, a bit more meat in the report, but then to sort of lessen the officer burden by having that come every 2 years. And I think that will help to, achieve an overall better outcome for the council in terms of information that comes to us for decision making. So very happy to support the investigation of that. And I'd just like to make a few comments on the actual content of the report and to pay just a tribute to our officers for the good work that's being done. It's very pleasing, the progress that we've been able to make, in particular against our goal of becoming carbon neutral by 2028. So because of the power purchasing agreement that we entered into for renewable energy, and that was something led by Councillor Castaldo, so congratulations for that initiative, as well as work that we've been doing rolling out solar panels across all of our facilities. At this stage, we're on track from a trajectory perspective, but we know that there's quite a bit more work to go. And we also know, though, that anything that we do as a council to achieve that has to have a business case that stacks up financially as well as environmentally for the council. So as we now push toward achieving the remainder of that goal, it's going to be a challenge for this council. We're going to have to be open and transparent to the community on that journey, particularly if there are going to be financial implications. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Further comment? Councillor Castaldo.
It's very good to see the State of Environment report this year, and we can finally see the first full year reporting on the FOGO rollout, which has been the big standout improvement in the last 12 months. It was a large strategic project that took some years to deliver. It was very challenging to sometimes evaluate the performance of an initiative, but with 25% reduction in household to landfill per household to landfill, I believe there's been a very significant improvement. I've also requested that the additional piece of information be added, as we currently have no report on how much waste net that we make, and that is very important to understand the size of the problem that we have ahead of us. I'm also happy to have made progress. We've made progress on setting ourselves up for some big strategic leaps in other areas, including climate and urban forest. As always, I see there are areas we might turn our attention to in the coming year, and always focusing on maximum strategic impact and staying away from distractions and potential greenwash. Well done to the team on the production of this report, which tells a story of where we are and where we need to go better than previous years, so well done.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? Councillor Di Pasquale?
Thank you, Mayor. Not convinced at this stage that a report every 2 years would be the best thing, so maybe a right of reply just for further comfort for myself. I mean, the State of Environment report is a public document that our community do get. It does have information in it that does entail to community engagement, school programming, school programs that they run and can be supported in running, transportation with regards to bicycling, etc. It's just, there have been some things that were raised tonight about which probably should be within the State of Environment report, and I'm just wondering what the capacity could be that this council could have that in there, bolster it up, but still deliver on an annual basis. That's what I'd probably be looking for. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Further comment? Councillor.
Look, I've got a further question for the relevant officer. My review of that is that it will continue to be every year. The review of it is...
Can you ask the question? You're not speaking to the audience. Can you ask the question, please?
No.
I think we'll give Councillor McKern a right of reply. He'll explain that situation, if that's all right. Any other councillors like to speak first? Before we vote, I'll give the right of reply to Councillor McKern.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad that the State of Environment report and its deliverables is attracting so much attention amongst the councillor group. Ideally, we would be producing it every year, and what concerns me is that the resources required to do so and to produce a robust State of Environment report that actually provides consistent reporting across all categories, and I think we will be looking to review the categories. As has been pointed out by both myself and the Speaker, there are categories that could be added in order to make the State of Environment report holistic. Currently, we are not reporting on all aspects of the environment to get a full picture of the state and health of our environment. We're not reporting on that. And I understand one of the issues, it's because of the limited resourcing. I just mentioned that. It's the task of essentially one person in the environment section with a bit of help, but that person also has a lot of other tasks to complete as part of his role. So, as mentioned by the seconder, Councillor Garotti, what we're looking at is the potential of a trade-off between resources and also delivering on a report that's more holistic. Also, we have had some big changes, and that is measurable in waste, but in other areas, a lot of those changes aren't necessarily hugely discernible from year to year, and this is why we want to take this review to BCAC, to thrash out all the considerations. A lot of the members on this advisory committee are experts, and I think that it's actually healthy to be questioning how we do things for the sake of continuous improvement. And I hope that goes a ways to answering your queries, Councillor Di Pasquale and Councillor.
Thank you. I believe Councillor De Morales has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. This is just point 5, and probably to the mover, that we're asking for a review to consider the 2-year expansion. Is that correct? And until that review comes, we will continue doing our yearly review.
Councillor McKern, would you like to respond?
Thank you. We are hoping, through you, Mayor, Councillor Di Morelos, to have a report back next year so that we can make a decision next year, which could influence when the next report is delivered.
Further question?
Yes, and this will be to the appropriate officer. Will the review for next year still be happening whilst we're waiting for this report to come through, in consideration that it doesn't say when?
Would the Director like to respond?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. We note that the review of the current model would be completed before the next edition of the State of Environment report, as per Clause 4 of the proposed motion before you. The expectation would be that that consultation with the advisory committee would occur within that time period. And if council were then of a mind to have a report every 2 years, a decision could be made as to whether a report was produced that year or deferred until a future year.
Thank you. Councillor Di Pasquale.
Mayor, sorry, probably not inappropriate to ask a question at this late stage, but why hasn't this been part of the budget process? If I'm hearing details of not enough monies to be delivering such an important resource to the community, why have we not spoken about this through the budget process? Just the appropriate officer, please. I can take that on notice as well.
Would you like to respond? We do discuss staffing levels at each budget process, but would you like to respond specifically to this item?
I guess at this stage we're not anticipating any budget implications from the review. That said, I guess if there was an expanded set of criteria and we required external support for measurement or data, but we do have operational funds available that would normally cover that sort of investigation.
Thank you. Further questions? I'll put that in the name of Councillor McKern. All those in favour? That is carried. We'll move on to item 6.1, 145 Woodlick Road, North Elson, proposed childcare centre. We have one speaker, Mark Chester. Is Mark there? Welcome, Mark. Thank you.
Mayor, councillors, thank you. As it currently stands, there is significant demand for more and particularly well-run childcare centres in this location. The need for the community is undeniable, and what perhaps remains up in the air is just how much that demand will further increase as we account for population growth, the federal government's extension to the childcare subsidy that has already come into effect, and the strong push to encourage parents, and particularly women, to get back into the workforce. The site is currently occupied by a long-standing milk bar that has respectfully certainly run its race, and critically the site is located right in between educational pillars in the community, with Holy Trinity 8 minutes walk down Wheelich Road and St Helena 10 or so minutes walk up Wheelich Road. This is obviously of great convenience to parents. The site is also located on a corner and immediately abuts Settlers Park. One of the defined purposes of the zone is to allow for both educational and community facilities. Councillors, I believe you are all familiar with the finer details of the proposal, the setbacks, to the pitch of the roof, to the unprecedented level of on-site car parking, the sheer extent of landscaping, 360 degrees around the building, the material selection, the acoustic treatments, reports, etc. Nothing has really been overlooked here. What you have before you tonight is not a first or second draft. I can't stress just how detailed the planning department's scrutiny and input has been to date. And if this is not enough to give you the necessary confidence, then perhaps the 31 Condition 1 requirements, 42 permit conditions and 123 sub-permit conditions should do the trick. The threshold for planning applications is it acceptable? It is respectfully submitted that this application far exceeds that threshold and that the proposal in its current form is warranted, required to ensure a reputable operator and undeniably to the benefit of the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have one further speaker, Greg, is it? Oh, thanks. Greg Lynn? Yeah, no, sorry, that was my mistake.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors, executive and team. My wife and I have lived at 143 Weedlick Road, Eltham North, that shares a common fence with the development at 145 Weedlick Road. The proposal for a childcare centre at 145 Weedlick Road will adversely impact us as residents and direct neighbours to the 145 Weedlick Road development proposal. We've been living in our home and this neighbourhood residential community for over 26 years, and we strongly object to the proposed childcare centre. We're asking the council to reject the developer's application based on upholding the council's building regulations. The development proposal is an overreach in size, visual bulk and inappropriate business in an area that is all residential, barring a milk bar that the development is now proposed to be built on. So the council regulations that have not been observed are to request a building coverage of 49%, which is way over the maximum of the 40% allowed by council regulations. Car parks in the development are 4 short of the absolute minimum that are required by council regulations. Removal of a significant tree on the block. There is no reasonable justification to remove this healthy native gum, which is home to a large range of native birds that have been listed in this letter provided. The development application also does not appear to have included a cultural heritage management plan, an acoustic noise assessment or evaluation to the boundary integrity or investigation of impact to water tables. With major excavation planned to create a basement car park, request the council to at the very least include these considerations before making its decision. The development request is inappropriate, introduces new safety and environmental hazards to the area and does not meet council building regulations. We're asking that the council committee reject the proposal and uphold council building regulations for the area. Thank you. There's more detail in here, but thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. We did receive an email from you today. Thank you for your input. I believe there's an alternate recommendation proposed for this motion or this item tonight. Could I have a Councillor Neely?
Thank you. So keeping number one as is that right? Yep. Adding a point A, a revised ground floor and upper floor building layout to accommodate no more than 90 children, with a reduction to the southern end of the building footprint and the southern end of the upper level outdoor play terrace to meet the required minimum design standards. B, revised materials and finishes to replace the white cladding and white powder coat metal with darker muted tones such as Colorbond, Wallaby, and including natural timber or an engineered wood alternative to the satisfaction of the responsible authority. C, the provision of an open-style arbour trellis over the basement ramp to incorporate climbing plants. The provision of 2 street trees within the Weedlick Road frontage. Removing the word gas. And the location and sizing of solar hot water units. Four, medium canopy trees mature height of at least 8 metres. Number point 2, the provision of small canopy trees, shrubs and ground covers in lieu of open play area around the southern side of the building. 3, climbing plants to grow over the basement ramp arbour trellis. It's a very big application. 23, prior to the commencement of development, the required fee for the planting of 2 new street trees must be paid to the responsible authority. 26, the total number of children cared for on the premises at any one time must not exceed 90, except with the written consent of the responsible authority. Indented car parking, number 38, the provision of the indented parking spaces along Glen Catherine Drive must be paid for by the owner of the land at 145 Weedlick Road, Eltham North, to the satisfaction of the responsible authority. So moved.
Moved, Councillor Neely. Is there a second for that motion? Seconded, Councillor Champion. Comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So this development has an impact on the residents in the surrounding area. The biggest concern from all the objections that we've read as councillors is the intensification of the site, the traffic and the noise in place of a milk bar that was previously there. I'm moving these amendments to address allow for a smaller building footprint to be more compatible with its residential setting, a slight reduction in the numbers of children, yet it can still service the community, a better choice of materials that are hard-wearing and compatible with the character of the area, improved landscaping by allowing opportunities for plants to soften the building, the addition of a condition to clarify the developer's responsibility in instating the indented parking along Glen Catherine Drive. Now, I understand that Greg, who spoke tonight and who neighbours this proposed development, would like the car park access to be changed. And we've explored that, and unfortunately this would create significant difficulties due to the level of the site. I'd also I have to mention that council officers on application for a childcare centre on Caledonia Drive around the corner in Eltham North was rejected based on the strategic location of the site. So officers highlighted to me it was not on a main road and it was not on a corner. And those are that's part of the non-residential uses in residential zones policy. So something very, very close to Weedlick Road went to VCAT and was overturned, and that childcare centre that development will go ahead in Caledonia. So, you know, officers have been working hard, as mentioned by the applicant, and there are many restrictions and changes and additions. The officers have been responding to my questions, the questions of the objectors, and the Mayor has helped to explore all options. And this is the best place to have landed prior to, I haven't run out of time, landed very, very carefully to avoid a VCAT overturning this proposal. I think I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Would the seconder like to speak? Would there any other councillors like this? Councillor De Pasquale?
Mayor, I do have some questions, please, for the appropriate officer. There were some comments made by one of the speakers tonight, and I just want a bit of a comment on how, because the public may be listening with regards to site coverage, car parking, etc., and they may be thinking, well, how could you just disregard that straight off the bat? So how do we have 49% site coverage when the allowable is less than that? Thank you, Mayor.
Would the Director like to respond to that question, please?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. The site coverage identified at 40%, is specified under the zone for residential development. And so any residential dwelling that wish to build greater than that site coverage would need separate permission. A childcare centre is a non-residential building and the site coverages don't apply in the same way.
Could you also make a comment, did you comment on the reduction in required parking on site?
Part of our consideration for the availability of parking looks to whether there is other forms of parking outside of the site. in this case, the site has the opportunity for indented parking out in the streetscape that will be required to be modified at the developer's expense. It's not a requirement to provide all parking. Council does have the power to be able to approve a reduction, and in this instance, we've recommended that reduction. I note that should Council resolve on the motion before you, it also further reduces the numbers of children, and so that reduces the gap in the shortage of parking.
Thank you. Further questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So there was a comment that there were some reports that weren't done as part of this planning application. We would think that all planning applications would have to have certain reports, and that would be a standard. What comment do officers have with regards to what was mentioned that wasn't supplied or should have been supplied? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. There are a couple of reports that I noted that formed part of the objection. Those reports would or could be a requirement at the building permit stage, but they're not a matter for consideration at the town planning stage. So a planning permit normally considers matters of siting, appearance, use, and those matters, but certainly we haven't validated, for example, the structural design of the building at this point. That would be the role of the relevant building surveyor.
Further questions? Further, Councillor McKeon.
Through you, Mayor, a question for the Director of City Development. Ms Swan, can you comment on the compliance of the overall application? Is it compliant with the scheme, with the planning controls pertinent to the application?
Yes, the officer's assessment contained within the agenda runs through our assessment of compliance of this proposal with our policies and all other relevant matters, and we're satisfied that it's an appropriate use and development of the site.
Thank you. Further comments? Further questions, sorry? This item has been moved by Councillor Neely and seconded by Councillor Champion. I'll now put it to the Council. All those in favour? That is carried. We'll now move on to item 6.2, 7 to 11 Cartnell Street, Heidelberg redevelopment of the car park for mixed-use development and a new car park. There are 6 speakers to this item. If the people from Wheelick would like an opportunity to leave, or do you want to listen to the next few items? It's up to you. There are 6 speakers, as I said, to this item. The first speaker is Misty Burns. Is Misty... Hello.
Thank you, councillors, for hearing me tonight. I've read the response from the developers and the legitimate issues raised by myself and other residents that have not been addressed. I will read their response, paragraph to which I'm referring to as context. Notwithstanding the current strategic plan for Heidelberg, the current controls as they apply to the site, specified DD05, nominates maximum heights for 13 metres towards Cartmel Street and 25 metres for the southern portion of the land. Maximum heights nominated under the DD05 are discretionary, and as the council identified, the current strategic plan and the supporting Heidelberg activity centres built from assessment, recently approvals, and the building now constructed with the activity centres and the regular exceeding the preferred heights, as an assessment of the proposal, therefore, should consider the physical and strategic context of the site together with the design objectives of DD05. Not just the numerical assessment of the preferred heights. During the design stage, Hallmark received an independent urban design advice Urberus regarding the proposed heights of 8 stories, 3.82. Urberus supported the building height and doing so made the following conclusions on page 13. I particularly note the use of the word discretionary regarding the height limits. This should not imply an additional 2 stories within the vicinity of the site, general area. Appropriate is not. There is no other building height anywhere near that 25 metres, let alone 3.8 as proposed, this side of Sheffield Lane. There is no sound, benefit or development getting additional 2 storeys as it is not for social affordable housing, nor will benefit the community in any way. I understand that...
Can you sum her up, please?
Yeah, sorry. I understand that it's councillors' jobs and the assets to decide the benefits of the community as a whole. As such, I would like to reconsider the allowance of the height and the councillors' land where this is evident that the benefit anyone other than the developer who is acting in their own interest, not the community. That's your job, and I ask you to make a decision based on the community's best interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Second speaker is Alan Savage. Welcome, Alan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors. I live at number 16 Cartmel Street, and I have a few comments that I'd like to make about this development. Firstly is about parking and traffic. As we live in Cartmel Street, there are only 24 parking spaces in Cartmel Street, and most are occupied most days. During construction of the proposed unit, the situation will be a lot worse, as no arrangements appear to have been made for parking of traders, customers or construction workers' cars. At the council meeting to discuss the sale of the land, the council gave an undertaking that was given to meet with the traders and come up with a solution to the lack of parking during the construction project. This is not really satisfactory. I believe it appears that there's been nothing done except prep meeting. This is not satisfactory. We need to see a full-scale traffic plan. Worse, the developer hasn't submitted a construction plan. The other thing, for a side street like Cartmel Street, the traffic is quite heavy. It is also not possible for 2 cars to pass, so one has to move to a driveway to allow another car passing from the other way. This causes traffic to bank up, especially at the ends of the street. The situation will get a lot worse with approximately another 200 car spaces which will be accessed from Cartmel Street. The other thing I'd like to comment on the plans. The plans deviate greatly from the parameters specified in the local planning schemes. Almost everything is non-compliant. The height, the setback, overlooking, overshadowing, visual bulk, sight lines, ESD. The fact that there are 28 pages of council conditions indicate the submission lacks the detail required for a development of this size. I'm not sure why the planning officer decided to put all these conditions rather than just rejecting the proposal. The next thing that concerns me is the non-completion of the project. A lady previously mentioned that the Melbourne property market is in free fall. Houses are still selling well, but investment type units are not selling. About 30% of developments that have been approved have not been commenced. I consider the best path forward is for council not to approve it. It may be perceived by some people that as council has a financial interest in the development, that they are going easy on the application. And the second thing is there's always a risk of property development. 70% of developers go broke. So I don't want to see the council stuck with a half-completed building as happened in Mount Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Our third speaker is Anthony McKay. Welcome, Anthony.
Mayor and councillors, I have 2 points that I'd ask you to consider in rejecting the approval for this development. The first is the excessive number of single-bed units in the development. I know the council structure plan has identified the need for more diversified housing, but this development has 65% single-bed units, and of those single-bed units, 23 of them have no external window. So the bedrooms in the single units only have this obscure glass facing the internal atrium. So I think this is a poor outcome against the internal amenity objectives in the planning scheme. But since council owns the land, they have the opportunity to make a significant contribution to diversified housing within the MAC, and it's quite clear that people are looking for 2- and 3-bedroom homes to support that building diversity. So I would ask that the council consider a reduction in the number of 1-bedroom units and an increase in the 2+ bedroom apartments, so that we do have a diversified housing option in the MAC. The second point is around the parking. The council is obviously aware that the car park will triple in size, but if you look at the impact of the traffic impact assessment, it's based on a single 3-hour measurement, and it also cites a 21-year-old New South Wales RTA document to justify the usage that's going to come out of the private car parks. So the single point analysis and the modelling for how this 3-size car park is going to work is, I think, is not clear at this point, and I would ask that the council conducts a more extensive traffic survey to properly model the traffic flow that we're going to expect out of a significantly larger car park. And the main, I guess, expectation is that the car park satisfies the Heidelberg users. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. I've got a question, Councillor Grotti.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a question probably for our officers arising from the Speaker's comments, but just some feedback on the 65% of dwellings that will be single bedroom, and the observation that they won't have an external facing window. Can we get some comment and feedback on that through you, Mayor? Director?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So there are some one-bedroom dwellings. They have an external window, but it faces into an atrium in the centre of the building, so it doesn't have an external face. That's because the apartment's oriented across the width of the building, and so the external face that isn't in the atrium is prioritised for the open space of the balcony, which also has the external window. So it's not that there's no windows, it's just that they don't open out as a clear glaze with a view aspect out from the site. In terms of the percentage ratio of apartments, we feel there is variety in terms of the numbers of apartments, and it's really more a matter, I guess, if the development and for the developer as to whether they feel that the mix would be successful from a financial perspective rather than council.
Further questions? We have a fourth speaker, Alistair Benson. Alistair?
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. I'll be brief because most of my comments have already been raised previously, but I want to take up on a point that was raised earlier by Councillor McKern about the look and feel and the village atmosphere of East Ivanhoe. So Burgundy Street's no different to that. It's got a feel. There's shopping precinct. There's some residential along Cartmel on the corner, which is, I believe, 5 levels, ground plus 4. The other one on 1 to 3 is 5 plus 4, and an approved development the other end, which is also 5 levels, 4 plus 1. So all the same height, yet we've got a proposal here to go almost double that. On the car parking front, at the moment we've got a single entry and a single exit to the car park, and the proposal has a single entry and exit for the public car parking as well as the residents for the new proposed development. Cartmel's about 200 metres long. There's a school, Heidelberg Primary, and you mentioned safety about the crossing in East Ivanhoe. So you've got school children being dropped off in the morning by their parents that come up and down Cartmel, adding in approximately 200 new car parks for the apartment dwelling as well as the public car parking there. You've got a road rage incident waiting to happen. We need to protect our children coming to and from school as well as those that use the swimming pool. So you are creating a problem by having increased traffic flow in a street that is essentially a one-way street with car park on either side, and as was stated before, it's really only one car can go at any one point in time. So adding in 200 more cars in the morning around school times and in the evening around home times is not ideal. So just ask council to really consider this proposal and potentially reject it, or at least go back to the drawing board and have something more consistent with what is there at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Alistair. Our next speaker is Michelle Jarvis. Welcome again, Michelle.
Thank you. I'm against this development It's advertised as an 8 to 10 storey development, but it's actually a 12-storey development, 7 residential levels and almost 5 storeys of private and commercial public parking in a mixed-use building with a maximum height of almost 34 metres and incorporating 114 residential apartments and a single-storey retail development tenancy in a rather narrow suburban street, groaning under apartment development. Some have called this car park, a tied-up car park for council revenue raising, where council as the site owner and planning approver has a vested interest in maximising car park revenue and apartment rates over sound town planning. In comparison, other developments in Cartmel Street consist of 3-storey developments according to the Urban Design Report, but as have other speakers have stated, these are 5-storey developments and there's a future approved 6-storey development planned. We have 144 residential apartments, 65 one-bedroom and 44 two-bedroom, 5 a 3-bedroom, and not a good mix to encourage families given close proximity of the school facilities. There's 115 residential car parking spaces, which is insufficient given that 5 of the apartments are 3-bedroom, and there's 182 basement public car parking spaces. This is up 2.5 times the existing 72 that's in the council papers, but which in the traffic report stated was 94. There's a discrepancy of 20 spaces. The commercial offering is a single ground floor, hole-in-the-wall coffee shop, very token commercial offering that will struggle to succeed given how many coffee shops there are, and will struggle to meet any sort of ESD targets for waste and recycling given the limited space the premises has been provided.
Can you sum up, please, Michelle?
30 seconds to wrap up. Council has failed to take traffic management, neighbourhood amenity, character and safety into account when considering the extra traffic load into Cartmel Street and traffic safety impacts to nearby Heidelberg Primary School. Council has failed to take into account the residential zoning and transitional planning aspects of the site. And I note the recommendation in the papers is to remove 1 floor of residential premises. I ask Council to consider removal of another residential floor and potentially some of the car parking, and to add further commercial offerings befitting of this site, and to add to the Heidelberg Activity Centre and the medical precinct that it abuts, e.g.
Thank you, Michelle.
doctor specialist rooms associated with the nearby Austin Warringal Health Hospitals, Allied Health, physio. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. We have one further speaker, Peter Story. Welcome, Peter.
My name is Peter Story and I'm the Director of Developments at Hallmark and have been leading this application from its inception. The decision you are making this evening is on a development that provides community benefit, provides increase in retail business support and provides suitable accommodation in a location that is within walking distance to schools, public transport, medical centres, supermarkets, restaurants, retail, the list goes on. Hallmark has worked extensively with the Banyule Planning Department to present this application for approval, and you should all take comfort in the thorough process that has been followed. Support of this application will see the realisation of the council-led redevelopment of the Cartmel Street public car park that will help with the future growth of the Heidelberg Activity Centre, in particular the Burgundy Street retail strip. Hallmark does not support the delegates' recommendation to reduce the building in height and thus reducing the number of dwellings this site can accommodate, and especially not in a housing and rental crisis. However, we understand that there are existing nearby homeowners that are directly affected by the development, and this reduction in height could be considered a reasonable outcome to address any amenity concerns that they may have. From my perspective, this proposed development ticks all the boxes. It doubles the number of public car spaces to support the retail businesses on Burgundy Street, showing that council supports the investment and growth of their business in its municipality. It offers accommodation choices for essential workers from nearby hospital areas or for individuals looking to downsize from a nearby residence, creating an opportunity for a young family to expand. And it is guided by Hallmark, a seasoned and established property development company which has crafted various communities and continues to stay engaged even after completing the development process. We look forward to receiving your support and delivering this great project in Heidelberg.
Thank you. Are there any questions from councillors? I'll look for a councillor to move a motion. Alternate recommendation, Councillor Castaldo.
Yep, I've got an amendments, a couple of amendments. One, as is A, an additional reduction of overall building height by 2 levels through the deletion of level 5 and 6. So that's one additional level to the report. G, screening to 1.7 metres above the floor level to the southern edge of the balconies and east-facing bedrooms to apartments 201, 207, corresponding at each level. And D, H, deletion of obscure glazing to north-facing bedroom window to apartments 1.02, 4.02 corresponding at each level. X, all street trees located on the Cartmel Strait Reserve forward of the subject site shown for removal, with 6 replacement street trees provided to increase canopy cover and reduction of urban heat island impacts. And finally, the removal and replacement of council street trees, payment 18, prior to the commencement of the development and removal of the street trees. I think there's, without that little bit in the middle there, the required fee for the planting of 6 new street trees must be paid to the responsible authority. The cost of the tree removal is to be paid by the permit holder. And the rest as is.
Move Councillor Castaldo. Is there a second for that alternate recommendation? Councillor McKern. Councillor Castaldo, would you like to speak to your recommendation?
When considering this proposal, we have been provided... firstly, I'd like to acknowledge all the speakers this evening, your contributions prior to the meeting and this evening. And when considering the proposal, we have been provided with a number of evaluations by the Strategic Planning Urban Design Unit within Council, the applicant's submission along with external urban design guidance, and a final officer recommendation. It is only after reading all the material from all these sources that I am comfortable to assess this project and come to a final conclusion and an informed opinion on this application. The development has a lot of strong qualities, including the lower floor design, quality and activation, the high quality materials and finishes, increasing public parking and a provision of continuous path from Cartmel Street to Sheffield's Lane. While far from perfect, it requires a dedicated lift and stairs responding to the DDA requirements. There is a good ESD outcome with a best score of 70 and is gas-free development, including an active frontage onto Sheffield Lane, bringing added life to the laneway area to the Burgundy Street. I agree with the great majority of the recommendations before us this evening and the additional technical reports which provide a very good evaluation of the project. I will begin by noting that it is a key opportunity site and subject to separate built form consideration. It is, however, not nominated as a landmark site. by policy or strategic documents, and so does not warrant a significant departure from the preferred heights. I also take particular interest in the external urban design assessment provided to Council. Having read all of the information provided and listening to the views of residents, I do not believe that we have struck the right balance with the removal of one floor. The building's height and mass is still excessive in the context of the emerging and preferred scale and character of the area, and hence the amendment and the removal of another floor, which leads to a 6-storey building towards Cartmel Street and 8-storey towards Sheffield's Lane outcome, that responds to the emerging scale along Cartmel Street. Appropriately transitioning to lower scale residential uses to the other side of Cartmel Street, this additional floor will minimise impacts to key views, minimise the potential overshadowing to impacts to adjacent properties. And the two other amendments I spoke about was screening, not wanting to reduce the quality of future residents of the building, with some minor amendments to screening on the eastern side at the rear of the site. And the final one, the need to remove the small existing street trees to enable the best strategic outcome and assist in setting the building into the location, to assist in softening the built form, providing a response to the urban forest strategy and delivering appropriate tree canopy. I do hope to see this development move forward as soon as possible, as I believe with these amendments we will get a good balanced development. So moved.
Would the seconder like to speak?
I'd like to thank all the speakers. I certainly hear the speaker speaking against the proposal, and I must acknowledge in the first instance that there is a precedent for a development on this site, and it does need to be guided by the prevailing planning controls and policies, the zoning overlays, and of course the overriding Heidelberg Structure Plan. That said, I also believe that any council-led development should be an example of best practice design, architectural and urban design, that other developers take inspiration from. These are opportunities for council to actually show its wares. We spend a lot of time preparing policies on what good design should look like. These should be our showcase. All of that said, compliance is important, and so too is considering community feedback. That's a large portion of what council does. It's a charter. And I believe Councillor Castaldo, having heard what he's had to say tonight, and I know that he has thought long and hard about this, he has consulted, he has done his due diligence as far as I can see. He's done a lot of work on this project, and as a result, I'm going to support his alternative today, because I think reducing the development height by 2 storeys feeds into what we're looking for in a good design outcome. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Further comment? Councillor Garotti.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a question first, if I may, and perhaps a second question, but a couple of the speakers, the local residents, raised some very good questions around safety for the school students attending Heidelberg Primary, and just the very narrow width of Cartmel, and particularly when there's cars parked on either side, and I can understand that, being a user of that car park in Burgundy Street. I'm just wondering, how is council managing those issues and risks, and would it be a potential risk for the residents that will have to go and introduce parking restrictions and parking permits there to their detriment? I'd really appreciate a response on that. Thank you, Mayor.
Director Swan, could you respond, please?
Through you, Mayor. I guess there's 2 elements to answering that question. One is the ambition of council to increase the amount of public parking on this site. was inevitably going to result in more cars being attracted to the area. So I guess one follows from the other. The proposed design seeks a single entry and exit point, which from a pedestrian safety perspective means that rather than having to navigate two crossings, we're only navigating one. Also, the actual construction of the development will create more activity in the street and hopefully have the potential for slowing down the movements of vehicles in response to that building scale. As to the question of parking restrictions in the area, that would be difficult to say at this point in time. It wouldn't be uncommon for us to go back and review parking restrictions over time as development occurs within a centre. But at this stage, we're satisfied that this development will work within that street environment.
Thank you. Further questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a follow-up question. There was some concerns raised during the construction phase. There's about 200 odd car parks there. Where's everyone going to, I suppose through offices, where's everyone going to park while it's being built?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Parking displacement is always going to be a challenge if we're trying to increase supply on that site. Officers would work with the Traders Association to look at other sites within the activity centre where we might be able to create opportunities for temporary longer-term parking during construction to help ameliorate the displacement of the cars that park within this site. The site itself would be required to submit a construction management plan, and that would speak to the unique location and setting that the construction site sits within and set out the parameters for managing the impacts of that construction for this site in this location. And that would need to be endorsed before any development could be completed. As yet, we haven't finalised the alternative arrangements for the trader parking displacement.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Castaldo.
I'd just like to follow up on that question, that it would need to be endorsed. Would that mean endorsed back at council, the construction management plan?
Yeah, so that's a document that's approved under the conditions of the planning permit and is enforceable both under the planning permit and the council's municipal law.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to make a couple of comments. Look, I'd like to thank all the speakers and it's certainly shifted my thinking on this application, hearing from the local residents and those that will be directly impacted. To be honest, my inclination would be looking to move for a refusal of this application based on what I've heard. You know, I know that it is a council-owned site. We've sold it or looking to sell, but we've got an obligation tonight to wear a second hat and what's the best planning outcome for this community. And as I said, based on what I heard, I'd be actually looking to move a refusal. But, you know, I respect the work of the ward councillor. And, you know, if he's done the work and with officers and the local community around a compromise situation, then I suppose I'll support that outcome. Thank you, Mayor.
Any further comments? I'll put that in the name of Councillor Castaldo. I'm sorry, Alistair. No, sorry. No, sorry. There is a process and speakers speak before the item. It's now councillor's turn, sorry. I'll put that. All those in favour? That is against? That is carried. Thank you. If people would like to leave, we'll have a minute's break for people if they'd like to leave. Thank you.
Mayor, would it be appropriate to have a 2-minute break, seeing that we have been going for 2 hours at this stage?
Would you like it? All right, we'll have a quick 2-minute break. Thank you. Proposed state government changes to car and bike parking standards. There are no speakers. I believe there's an alternate recommendation. If we get that on the board, please. 6.3.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just, I'd like to move 1 and 2 as is, and just a point number 3, just to write to the Minister for Planning, Shadow Minister for Planning and local state MPs, just to express our concerns with the reduction in parking and the impacts for our communities, which would include increased on-street parking, noise and amenity impacts, and a poorer quality urban environment, should they be adopted, and request meetings to voice these concerns. Thank you, Mayor.
Move Councillor Garotti. Seconded. Councillor Champion. Comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Look, it's good that we've been given an opportunity as a sector to have input into these proposed changes. Council and the officers have done a very good job, I believe, in crafting a response to the discussion paper and articulating our view. But what I just thought was important with point number 3 was just writing to and requesting a meeting with the local MPs. Oftentimes they're not aware of what these sort of proposals are and what the implications could be, but certainly in looking through the proposed standards, there could be quite a material reduction in car parking requirements. And we know in a number of areas already where we have infill development, the streets are filling up as is with cars, and it's difficult to get an on-street car park. It's difficult for our waste collection services to do what they need to do. So we just want to be very careful here, and we want to work in good faith with the government and the local MPs just to flag it to them so that they're aware, and just make sure that we're not going to get reductions here that will have really adverse impacts for our community 10, 20 years down the track as we continue to have infill development. Thank you, Mayor.
Are there further speakers? Councillor Di Pasquale.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This is hugely concerning with regards to what the state government proposed to the community, and then not necessarily our local community, but Melbourne-wide and Victoria-wide. And it almost seems to go through a bit, you know, oh well, let's just let it happen and then we'll deal with the consequences at the end. I mean, why we don't have speakers on this item, why councillors aren't up in arms with regards to, you know, we need to meet with these local state members, etc. This basically puts the anguish into many of our planning applications that come to this council. So we come here and we see, you know, residents who are being hard done by with regards to planning permits, etc. Yet a lot of the requirements in the planning permit are put in place by the state government. And unfortunately, sometimes the community don't understand how much those regulations and planning requirements change over time. I mean, we're talking about situations where, you know, most of our residents probably think, oh yeah, you've got a 2-bedder, you'll get, okay, it needs 2 car parking spots, or you've got a 1-bedder, it might need 1 car parking spot. It's basically saying that if you have certain land within certain areas of transportation, etc., in certain circumstances, it can be quite close to 0. So it just changes the whole landscape. And then when a planning application comes to this council, and then the residents get all up in arms, where are we going to park our cars? You know, the streets are clogged, everything like that. So, well, that's what we've been telling you for the last 5 years. So this really needs looking into. So we need to be having these meetings with the planning ministers. We need to find out exactly, you know, not what they're thinking, but we need to push back, because we will, as residents, we will cop it when developments are, you know, getting bigger and there's more cars and bigger populations. It's just not going to work. Thank you, Mayor.
Any further comments? Councillor Castaldo.
I think, look, cars are a wonderful thing, but there's also people that don't have cars, don't drive cars. I've got two friends that were living in Banyule, and both of them shifted out of Banyule because they didn't drive, and they didn't want to be forced to pay for a car park they didn't want. They live in Fairfield and I think somewhere else in Thornbury or somewhere. Now, I don't think we should be forcing people to pay for parking if they don't want it. So I think that there should be discretion, and it's up to the developer. If the developer is selling a property and someone buys it and they're not getting car parking spots, they're not buying a property. They know what they're buying, and you've got to be across what you're buying. So I think I do support the recommendation originally, but not with the amendment, because we shouldn't be forcing people to pay for parking if they don't want to. And we should make the presumption that all people want to drive, always. So I will not be supporting the amendment.
I'll just make a few comments. I won't be supporting this amendment either. It's a very complex issue, but as we heard in the last planning application, one of the major issues was the number of apartments, therefore the number of additional cars that would be coming up and down there, Cartmel Street, which is a very narrow street. And as we know, the more car parking we provide, the more cars we're going to get. So surely we need, as a society and as a community, and we're seeing the impact of our current level of car usage. 70% of trips in Melbourne are done by car. 50% of trips are less than 5 kilometres. And we have a state government that talks about in providing alternatives, which I think we should be doing, but we see very little of that, providing alternatives. They talk about active transport. We see very little encouragement for that, but certainly if we look at our current population growth, which is 9,000 people per week are moving into Melbourne at the moment, at current car usage, that's 6,300 cars per week coming to Melbourne. Now, they're just not going to all fit. And then we can take into the cost of housing. The cost of housing, every car park you add is another $50,000 to a unit, that development cost. And then we talk about the urban form, what we give up, and the way buildings are designed around cars. We need to design our cities for people, not just cars. So the state government, in their part of their big builders process, they want to build 80,000 new dwellings in the next 10 years. 70% of those will be infill development, so within Melbourne. So if we continue to use cars and if we continue to develop parking as we have been, we're going to come to a gridlock. So we need to look at alternatives. And one of the alternatives is providing the alternative to have someone to live in an activity centre and not be reliant on a car and not have to pay for parking. So I won't be supporting this again tonight either. I think we need to be a bit more sophisticated. In a modern city, we need a decent transport system that's not so heavily reliant on cars. I'll put that. All those in favour? That is carried. Against? Was carried. We'll move on to item 6.4, 1 Strathbogue Avenue, the expression of interest evaluation. There are no speakers. There is a recommendation in the papers. I'll look for a councillor to move that recommendation. Move Councillor Castaldo. Seconded. Seconded. Councillor Grotti. Councillor Castaldo.
Yeah, I just support the proposal. We've received a few interested parties for this site to deliver very strategically aligned services and provision of facilities that work very well with the location next to the hospital and can deliver a good net benefit to our community if this empty site is progressed. So I'm supportive of moving this potential sale forward.
Thank you, Councillor Grotti. No, any other comments? I'll put that. All those in favour? That is carried. We'll move on to item 7.1, Public Toilet Plan 2023. There are 2 speakers. Pippa Griffiths. Welcome again, Pippa.
Thank you. The need for a public toilet in Eaglemont has been acknowledged publicly by many councillors, and toilet access is identified as important in both the Older Adults Framework and the Public Realm Strategy, both of which are undergoing public consultation at the moment. The demand in Eaglemont was recognised in the draft plan, subject to public feedback back in September, October. That referenced 12 requests for public toilets in and near Eaglemont, yet somehow this number has now been reduced to only 6 in the key findings. That's on page 153 of the agenda papers. What happened there? Advocacy for use of the station toilets is a key action in this plan, which is great. I'm very supportive of this, as making use of facilities already in place is an obvious no-brainer. I'm speaking against this plan only because it fails to deliver a strong enough response for the community in and around Eaglemont, as the possibility of failure of that advocacy is not acknowledged, and there's no plan B when there should be. If the end result is that there is no interest from the rail authorities in facilitating such an arrangement, and I understand previous discussions have indicated this, then Eaglemont will be left without a public toilet for the remainder of this 10-year plan. As a result, no access allowed as this result of no access allowed is a distinct possibility, it is then highly questionable for Banyule to continue to waste staff time and council funds pursuing a futile course of action. Instead, I suggest we have a plan B, a time limit of 12 months, after which time council should place resources where there is greatest demand at Eaglemont, rather than in areas with much lesser demand, such as at Sparks Reserve and Burke Road North Reserve. So please amend this plan accordingly, and I'll be supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Pippa. I have a question. Do you have a question of the Speaker, Councillor McKern?
Yes.
Would you mind taking a question?
I'd like to ask a question of the Speaker. Thank you. Thank you for your statement, Ms Griffith. I think particularly with regards to the Eaglemont toilets, I'm interested in your comments regarding needing a plan B. Do you have any ideas of what that plan B might look like? What space a new toilet could go into in the Eaglemont area?
I think there are a couple of potential opportunities. There is a corner of the nature strip at the start of the shopping area. So if you're looking at the station building, on that left-hand corner, so that western side, there's a sort of triangular nature strip area there. There's one possibility there. There is plumbing relatively adjacent to that, which potentially could be brought in because there's plumbing through the station building. So that must be reasonably easily accessible. And the other obvious possibility is the car park at the back of the shops to the north side. So both of those locations are on the village side of the railway line. If you're familiar with the area,
I'm familiar with the area, thanks, Ms Griffiths. In other words, you have thought about some possible locations. Thank you very much. Through you, Mayor, if I could ask a question of the Director of City Assets. Director, the Speaker has mentioned possible spaces in the event of a Plan B, should advocacy not lead us to opening those toilets. What are your thoughts on a space in the Eaglemont Village area for new toilets?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mayor. The assessment that the officers have undertaken in consultation with the open space planners and the parks department, etc., has suggested that there's no obvious location for a public toilet, to house a public toilet in Eaglemont. I acknowledge that the Speaker has raised 2 potential locations. I'd be happy to go and have another look at those, but the advice that I've got is that there is no obvious location or room for an additional public toilet in Eaglemont at this stage, and the advocacy through the station is the best approach at this stage.
Thank you. Our second speaker is Marcus Wiggins. Welcome, Marcus.
This council before, so I hope I don't make so many mistakes. I read the report with interest. I like facts. One of the first facts is I never heard about it or saw it. There's no multi-meeting space in the council has in Eaglemont. In fact, they can't even be bothered to put a notice board up. So a lot of people missed it. Yet we still have 20% of all the responses advocating. Clearly an underestimate. So let's look at the other fact. Eaglemont is perhaps the oldest area in terms of the population. A lot of very old people, they can't walk that far. And let me point out that when I read the report, it mentioned equity for all people. Well, the special features of the elderly are systematically obscured and omitted. One of the other things, the gap analysis said 400 metres. A very interesting point that is buried well down is that if an activity centre doesn't have a toilet within 500 or 600 metres, people avoid it, or they're very likely not to go. Eaglemont fits that criterion too. So we have 2 effects: many more elderly people, no alternatives, and even the distance. So what do we do about it? We could talk about VicRail. If any of you have tried to negotiate with VicRail, if you have an additional half century to go, you'll probably get an answer. And that would be optimistic. So we have got a location, which I believe the major problems are just about being cleared, which is a shop front in the middle of the, well, tiny centre. Now, were we to actually get a council multi-meeting location there with a toilet, we have solved 3 problems. Communication, a meeting point, a toilet, and the 4th point, a substantial improvement in the survivability of the centre. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. There is an alternate recommendation. Councillor McKern, you'd like to? Oh, Councillor Neely has a question.
Just a question to an officer. The ageing areas of Banyule, is it Ibbett Ward and Beale Ward? Just wanted to clarify which areas are ageing the most.
Director of Community Programs.
Yes, you're correct, Councillor, but there are significant ageing pockets across a number of the wards, including in the Eaglemont area as well. So it's not evenly spread, but there are definitely pockets. Because when we certainly mapped for the community bus route, we identified some of those pockets. Yep.
Thank you. Further questions? Look for a councillor to move a motion. Councillor McKern.
Yeah, I'd like to foreshadow an amendment to my alternative motion.
Wouldn't you just include it in your alternate motion?
No, I'm out of my... I'd like to amend that by adding another point.
Could you specify? Is it quick?
Relatively. That we pursue a 12-month advocacy period for the toilets to be opened at Eaglemont Station, and should this not lead to toilets being opened, that an option be explored for the building of new toilets in the Eaglemont Village area.
Is that a new point 3?
Yes, correct. Thank you.
And can I ask for you to repeat that one more time and a little bit slower? Thanks.
That a 12-month advocacy period for toilets to be opened at Eaglemont Station be pursued. Should this not lead to the toilets being opened, that an option be explored for the building of new toilets in the Eaglemont Village area.
Can I make a suggestion, Councillor?
Certainly, CEO.
Maybe pursue a 12-month advocacy period for toilets to be opened at Eaglemont Station. If this is not successful, then an option be explored for the expansion of the Eaglemont toilets.
I missed that last part, sorry, due to the reverberation.
I think it's because you've got... Because you're saying pursue a 12-month advocacy period for toilets to be opened at the Eaglemont Station, and then if that advocacy is not successful, then an option be explored for the expansion of Eaglemont toilets, or is it the inclusion of an Eaglemont toilet?
Yes, of building of a toilet.
Yeah. So, officers, I would say that that is pursue a 12-month advocacy period for toilets to be opened at Eaglemont Station. If not successful, that an investigation be explored for the inclusion of toilets in the Eaglemont area.
For new toilets in the Eaglemont area.
For new toilets in the Eaglemont area.
That has been moved by Councillor McKernan. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Costello. Comment?
And I'll just point out that there's an amendment in the TAN text that we adopt the proposed toilet plan with the following amendments. A, note the renewal of Chelsworth Park public toilet attached to the current pavilion will be included in the renewal program of 28-29. And B, should council endorse the new pavilions at Chelsworth Park, the renewal of Chelsworth Park public toilet attached to the current pavilion will be removed from the renewal program for 28-29. C, amend action A22 to read update information annually about council-owned and managed toilets on the National Public Toilet Map within Banyule, including reconciling with data shown on Apple and Google Maps. And I thank Councillor Castaldo for point 1C. And then, of course, we have point 3 as the new amendment, pursuing a 12-month advocacy period for toilets to be opened at 12-month at Eaglemont Station. If not successful, that an investigation be explored for the inclusion of new toilets in the Eaglemont area. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Further comment?
Yes. The Banyule Public Toilet Plan Review is an important plan, as was mentioned by our first speaker. Toilets are a basic necessity and essential infrastructure for our public to use and enjoy our public spaces, such as shopping strips and parks. So Council here is being asked to adopt the proposed public toilet plan that does set out renewal, replacement and upgrades to existing public toilets and for installing new public toilets over the next 10 years. So this revised toilet plan considers the public feedback we've received, and 56% of respondents did support the draft plan. I think that's important to note. 28% didn't support it. But I think key changes coming out of this plan, Mayor, are in Rosanna Parklands. The plan's been revised to include the investigation of recommissioning the existing public toilet block at McLeod Park as a first step prior to committing to a new toilet block in Rosanna Parkland. Chelsworth Park toilet was originally included and then removed. I don't think we can preempt what's going to happen at Chelsworth Park regarding the pavilions until we get our community consultation feedback. So it has been reinserted into the plan, subject to the outcome regarding Chelsworth Park pavilions. And of course, Eaglemont toilets. We've had 2 speakers this evening, Mayor, speak to this particular concern, and it has been an ongoing concern, particularly us councillors in the southern area have been advocated or lobbied by residents regarding this concern. It is, in my opinion, ridiculous that we don't have public toilets in a shopping strip like Eaglemont Village. So hopefully our advocacy opens those toilets, because that's the most expedient and sensible way to go. But should that not be the case, and I thank our speakers for their researched information, then we will look at the opportunity for new toilets in 12 months' time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Further comment? Councillor Castaldo.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank the speakers for their contributions tonight. It's good to have all bases covered. I'd also like to acknowledge that there was the 2-to-1 ratio support for the policy strategy coming forward, so that was good. I'd also like to note that East Ivanhoe is receiving its very first public toilet, a much bigger activity centre that doesn't have one, but it does have one. Council doesn't talk about it. It's at this church. It's open, 10 till 5 every day of the week, as far as I know. So we do have a public toilet. It's just provided by the church, St George's. Signage is out the front. So providing toilets is a complex matter. It's not always supported by everyone, and there's fierce disagreement with them as well on certain occasions. So it's a complicated matter. I think we're going to move forward in a constructive way. There's a number of rebuilds, a couple of refurbishments over the 10-year strategy, and it is reviewed at the 5-year period, I believe. So there is a mid-strategy review, but very supportive of looking at all options to ensure that we have a public toilet for all places where community gather, and I think this is a good strategy, and I'm very supportive of it this evening.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor De Pasquale.
Just, I sit here wondering, Mayor, with regards to how, points of alternate recommendations are just thrown up just on the fly, and then we just have to sort of gobble them up and just accept them. There are areas in the community that are left wanting with regards to public toilets, and because there aren't people coming in or haven't been activated to come in and haven't been speaking about it, then they don't come up on, the agenda, and we're not, organising a 12-month advocacy and et cetera. I think we need to remember that before this plan, we didn't have a public toilet plan. So councillors, I think, need to remember that. And it's been our work that has brought forward this plan, which has taken a lot of officer effort, community consultation, surveys, etc. Now, to propose at a very late time amendments to the adoption of the proposed public toilet plan 2023, I think flies in the face of all the work that has actually been done for the plan, and I think it brings it down. I've got residents around Aminia Reserve that have been advocating for a public toilet for years. I've got community members around the Diamond Village shops and have been advocating for a toilet for years, yet it has been a council responsibility to have toilets there. and they don't have them. There are areas of the community, and we need to remember that we are advocating for the entire community. Yes, we can receive information from our local community and tend to what they need and do the investigation, but just to throw up this 0.3 where we'll include a new toilet in the Eaglemont area just, at the 12th hour or the 11th hour, I think is very unacceptable and very unworkable, actually. So I would like to adopt the proposed public toilet plan, but I will not be voting for 0.3 with regards to, there's no budget. What is the budget implication of this? Officers, Thank you, Mayor.
Further comment? Right, a reply. Councillor McKern.
I've just got a question, if that's all right, for Councillor Di Pasquale. So are you, and probably for officers, if this motion is voted down, does it revert back to the original, or it's just voted down? I'm just unsure.
Thank you, Councillor Gotti, and through you, Mayor. Should this motion be put to the vote and lost, it is at this point in time when a councillor can foreshadow an amended motion or a motion that is different to the one on the table. So that's an opportunity there, or the original.
Further comment? I'll put that in the name of... Roy reply, sorry, Councillor McKern.
I think it's every citizen's right in this municipality to come to this chamber on a Monday evening and speak their mind. This evening, we have two residents who have spoken on behalf of supporting Eaglemont toilets and need for toilets there. Nothing stops residents in all parts of our municipality to do exactly the same. And I don't think it should be held against those residents who make the time, the effort to read the papers, assess the situation, speak to their neighbours, do a mountain of their own research, and then come and very eloquently present that to us. I don't think that should be held against them. And tonight, I've listened to those voices, because it's not the first time we've had people advocating here on behalf of Eaglemont residents and the need for a toilet block there. And I would hate to think that what we are witnessing tonight is a reverse discrimination because Eaglemont happens to be one of our wealthier suburbs. Because guess what, fellow councillors? Everybody needs to go to the toilet, regardless of how wealthy they are. And that's all I'll say on the matter. Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry, Mayor, before it gets put to the vote, just so I can understand with the point, and this is to the mover, can we change, if not successful, then a report be provided back to council on the exploration of inclusion of a new toilet in Eaglemont, which would take care of the budget implications?
I think at this stage we've got a motion that's been moved, seconded and spoken to. I think it'd be wrong to now amend it. I think we should vote on the motion we have on the papers at the moment. I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? Against? That is lost. I'll look for a council to move a further motion. Councillor Di Pasquale.
Mayor, if I may move the amended recommendation point 1 A, B, C and point 2 as was presented at the start of the debate. So moved.
Move Councillor Di Pasquale, second Councillor Gorotti. I think most people have had an opportunity to speak to this motion. There's not another opportunity to speak. Anyone that hasn't spoken now has an opportunity to speak to this motion.
Sorry, Mayor, did you, are you calling for speakers on this motion at hand tabled at the moment?
Pardon?
Are you calling for speakers on this motion currently?
That haven't spoken as yet to this item. Councillor D.
Mayor, as in the mover, do I get an opportunity to speak on this motion?
No, you have spoken to the item. Is my understanding of the governance rules.
By my interpretation, Mayor, it is a new motion, so therefore we shall be calling, or we should be calling for new speakers.
So it's a new motion, so therefore we can speak. Sorry, Councillor De Pasquale, you can speak.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I think it's very important that we do adopt the proposed public toilet plan. As I said previously, we have not had a public toilet plan, so this is now where the community can go through this. The budget is not set on these items, so we set the budget year to year. So if this is a 10-year plan, we can't, the community, it's not given that, these items are in the budget. Things can move in and things can move out, and we'll be assessing this plan each time we come to the budget on a yearly basis. Now, point A, B and C refer to, point A and B refer to the Charlesworth Park toilet or public toilet that is there, and the determination of the heads of agreement, or the continuation of the heads of agreement with the development of that pavilion down there, okay, in the months and into next year. So obviously if that goes ahead as is, well then that's going to take care of that, and if not, well then it will have to be referred back to the public toilet plan as it's originally already in there. So this public toilet plan I'm happy to endorse tonight. Members of the community, as the plan goes out, please read it. Please understand your movements around the municipality. Where there are shortfalls, we need to be hearing from you. Also, where it is taking care of issues that have been standing for a long time, please let us know too. We're happy to hear from you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Further comment, Councillor?
I've got a question to the mover. If you might be willing to have another version of 3, that if the advocacy does for Eaglemont Station toilet not be open, that another course of action be explored, and leave it at that. Would you be willing to amend and have a part 3?
I feel that would be too close to the original motion, which has already been lost. So at this stage, I don't think that would be an alternative. Any further speakers? You could foreshadow a different motion, Councillor Costello, if this is lost.
I'll foreshadow that minor adjustment somewhere in between these two motions.
Thank you. Any further speakers? With that, I'll put that in name of Councillor De Pasquale. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. We'll move on to item 7.2, Banyule Arts Collection, recommendation of acquisition of new artworks. There are no speakers.
Mayor, I just had a couple of questions, if that's okay.
Yes. Concerning this item?
Concerning the public art, yep.
Yes.
The Banyule Art Collection. Just through you, Mayor, to the appropriate officers. 2 questions. One, why is this coming up to Council for consideration, given that it's a relatively small amount and has already been included in the budget? And 2, for the benefit of the Council and also our community, can we get an overview of whether the artists, are they local in Banyule, and would this be supporting local artists, or are they the artists just from around Victoria and Australia? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. So to answer your first question, the reason why it's coming back to Council is that in the arts acquisition policy, it delegates the committee to make a recommendation to Council to endorse. So the decision making actually sits with Council, even though there's an allocation made in the budget annually for the acquisitions, but the process brings it back to Council. The second bit, it's a kind of a broad answer. So generally we do acquire most of our artworks through exhibitions held at Ilch, and generally they're predominantly local artists. In this acquisition proposition, we're seeking to acquire the art from the Banyule Works on Paper Award, which is an award of national significance, so by nature attracts very significant artists across Australia. The exception in this example, though, is the gift from the Griffin family, and Griffin was actually a local artist living in Banyule who's also exhibited at Ivanhoe. So the bulk of the art that we're wanting to acquire is nationally significant artists, predominantly First Nations artists, because the theme for the Banyule Works on Paper Award this year, which occurs every 2 years, was responding to the Uluru Statement of the Heart with a theme around reconciliation. So the artworks reflect that.
Thank you. Further questions? I'll look for a mover to move and motion. Move Councillor Neely, as per the papers. Seconded Councillor Champion. Comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. As Director Brackett mentioned, there's been a process that this artwork has gone through in acquiring these works. I'd like to thank the officers, Steph, Neo and the Arts and Culture Committee. The works have been thoroughly researched and attracted Australia-wide to the Banyule Works on Paper. The selection was from a diverse group of artists. The collection's also reflective of the Banyule community, and for the community to either enjoy it or be inspired by it. I'd like to mention the significant benefits from the budgeted acquisitions. They're an investment. They add meaning to the uniqueness of our community. They invigorate public spaces. They're a connection between past, present and future. You only have to just look at the artworks that are in this room that make that connection. The funding towards this has been deliberated on through a budget process, and it is actually a modest and appropriate investment that gradually adds value to our arts and culture program. It's in line with our council plan and vision, and I really do appreciate the community connectiveness that it enhances and that sense of wellbeing. So very happy to support this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Further comment? Councillor Champion.
Just really briefly, Mayor, I think Councillor Rick's questions are they're very relevant. I think they're important. There are those who do question art and why would you buy it? Why would you hang it? And they're fair questions. So I would certainly like to acknowledge the officers as well as the committee for their contribution to this particular item and the art collection and the selection. For me personally, I have the privilege of speaking with many residents every day, over and over and over again. And during the 2020 and 2021 social restrictions that we had, I spoke with a lot of residents who are actually in the arts, whether it's performance or static art, and they were at a loss. They were unwell, and they really struggled. Their lives were very challenging. They really struggled with the inability to express themselves and be valuable to others and for others. The arts community in Banyule is enormous. It is talented, it is passionate, it contributes to all our senses and our well-being across all generations, and this industry was decimated by the social restrictions. So this is an opportunity for this council to support this industry and rebuild it, and nothing less. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Further comment? Councillor Garotti.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Look, I struggled with this item from the perspective at the moment our community is facing a number of challenges. There's housing challenges, as we know, debt challenges, and also cost of living challenges. And I queried and certainly had conversations with the group as to whether or not it's appropriate for this council to be spending on artworks at such a time, and whether we should be returning those funds back into the budget and then potentially looking at other options through next year's budget process around how we should be supporting our community. For example, I know at the moment that BANSIC are doing an enormous amount of work providing support to the people that are doing it toughest in our community. And I just queried whether funds for artwork should be better directed toward those segments of the community. I'm not going to put forward that alternative though, and I will support the recommendation. But what I will say is that in the future, I really do want to see a preference for local artists. We often get the feedback that, oh, we put so much into sport, recreation and relatively little into art, but our sport recreation is direct investment back into Banyule, back into our community. And the reason that I asked the question around where these artworks have come from is I want to see our art process in the future back local, and back local artists and back local people that perhaps are also doing it hard. So happy to support this tonight and certainly recognise the good work of Councillor Neely and others on the committee. But if I could just say a message in the future is, can we use our art process in the future to support our locals and to support our community as well as supporting the arts? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there further comments? I'll put Councillor Castaldo.
Yeah, I've heard all of the comments made this evening and they're all been helpful. I think art is one of the important things that help build our community. It gives us different perspectives and is invaluable to our community's cultural development. So I think it's important we continue, even in difficult times, to support artists. But I do really take on board the comments by Councillor Garotti regarding local artists, because I don't necessarily want to see all of our funds from the arts going to artists outside of this area. So I think if there's a way to investigate prioritisation somewhere, or the criteria of selection to ensure that the vast majority of funds go to that, I'd like to see that explored moving forward as well.
Thank you. Councillor Neely.
Yeah, I do appreciate all the comments from my fellow councillors. And I do know that Banyule Arts and Culture Committee does invest in local artists. I think this year it was about expanding the network, and it was a strategic approach to acquiring these artworks for this time. Perhaps correct me if I'm wrong, Director Brackett, but we do acquire works from local artists.
Yes, we do. We have a really strong collection of local artists, and this was a bit unusual because we drew the acquisitions from the broader Banyule Works on Paper, which is by nature a broader committee as well. The other benefit, if I could add in, if it's okay, Council, of actually having the broader works of significance is that it kind of grows the local cultural economy and it brings other people into Banyule as well. So it builds the economy and the creative economy that way as well. So it's a two-way thing.
Okay, thank you. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is carried. We'll move on to item 8.1, the adoption of proposed Banyule voluntary policy and proposed memorandums of understanding for Banyule Environment Friends of Groups. There are no speakers. There is a slight amendment to this recommendation as well. Councillor McKern.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just point out the amendment. It refers to point 2, to adopt the proposed Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, Banyule Environmental Friends of Groups, with the following amendments. 2A, Section 1, background paragraph 5, Council is responsible for the conservation management of public land within Banyule City Council. Council officers recognise the experience and skills community members bring and work closely and in collaboration with community volunteer groups called Environmental Friends of Groups, EFOG, on the conservation management of Council's public land. 2B, Section 8, Consent for Works, 8.1, EFOG may perform working bees, ongoing maintenance and other environmental activities on council land in accordance with the approved annual working bee or activity plan that will be tailored to each EFOG, having regard for the experience and expertise of its members. Thanks, Mayor.
Move Councillor McKern. Is there a second for that motion? Councillor Castaldo. Comment?
Thank you, Mayor. The proposed volunteer policy before us that Council's being asked to adopt has been developed to provide Council with a consistent and coordinated approach to engaging and supporting our volunteers. It's known that volunteering is a litmus test for healthy societal cohesion, fostering unity and understanding. And I'm hoping that this document, supported by its MOU, will be used to encourage more volunteers. It is actually disturbing that volunteering has declined since COVID, and we do need our volunteers. I'd just like to put the focus on the MOU for a moment, Mayor, because it responds to a notice of motion that I raised in August 2022. The NOM called for guidelines to support our volunteers working on council land. Subsequently, an engagement process was undertaken to receive input from our friends of groups. In response, our EFOGs have demonstrated support for an MOU style of agreement between councils and our volunteers working on council land, and it will provide clarity of works to be undertaken by volunteers and a collaborative approach between staff and volunteers, as well as a dispute resolution process. I've got to say that this goes a long way to improve the current situation where some of these elements are unclear. A number of our friends groups have approached me regarding the MOU, wanting to highlight the importance of an agreed works plan between parties that allows for some wriggle room, flexibility. That's what we've attempted to do with the amendment. And that the MOU also acknowledge the skills and experience that quite a number of our volunteers bring to environmental works, and that in acknowledging those skills and experience, that a flexible, more collaborative approach between staff and friends of groups be tailored into annual works plans that are tailored to consider that experience and skills. There are different skills and experience. We need to be mindful of risks. We need to be mindful of what those skills and experience look like and are capable of. So what will success look like? Hopefully an increase in our volunteer numbers, valued for collaborating to get things done rather than just following established rules and routines. Yes, rules are important. However, to encourage engagement, we also need to allow volunteers to contribute their creative ideas, skills and knowledge. And just to finish off, Mayor, I would like to thank the Director of City Services and Assets and the Department of Parks and Natural Environment for their superb input into developing this MOU in particular, and as well as the Community Wellbeing team for developing the volunteer policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the seconder like to speak?
Yeah, I'd just like to acknowledge the work that Councillor McKern's put into setting this strategy up into place. And the number of years I think she's worked on making it bringing it to where it is today. It is an important document because we want to support residents to do active work in our community that is beneficial to the community. So we don't want anything to get in the way of that, but we want a constructive working relationship with everyone. So I think this goes a long way to achieving that, and I'm very supportive of this as an important piece of strategy.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Di Pasquale.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, it would be a good time to acknowledge all volunteers we have throughout our municipality, not only friends of groups. So thank you very much for all the friends of groups through our municipality, all our volunteers. That's really what makes a community. And also to remind residents to be nominating volunteers. So we have categories of acknowledgement, Volunteer of the Year, So please don't forget to, if you're out there working in a volunteer group and there's someone exceptional, please, bless you, please submit their details to council officers, and then, they can be nominated for a Volunteer of the Year award. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Further comment?
No, I have a question, Mayor, to the appropriate officer. When we're saying that we will be tailored to each FOG having regard for the experience and expertise of its members, who takes that responsibility on? Are we taking that on as a council, that we're going to go and do a expertise and experience matrix?
Could the director please comment?
Thanks for your question, and through you, Mayor. As was alluded into the paper, our bushland crews, our environmental bushland management crews, have a very good relationship with most of the Friends of groups. Because they work so closely with these groups, they understand their skills and experience, and they are very well placed to work with those groups and negotiate an appropriate annual working bee and activity plan. And it's about making sure that both parties are on the same page and that we're working within the confines of, agreed outcomes. So I think it's a workable solution that we can work through.
Thank you. Just a further question is, just knowing that we're talking about experience and expertise, it's quite a direct thing, and experience can be defined by each person. I'd just be a bit worried about having that put onto land management to be doing like a training matrix or an experience matrix. So I'd be concerned with that personally. So are we sure we can manage that from our side? That's probably my question.
Through you, Mayor, yes, I'm confident that we've got the appropriate skills and the appropriate management and the appropriate assurances in place to ensure that we can manage those volunteers adequately.
Thank you. Councillor Carotti.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Look, happy to support this, and I'm glad that there was a question for Officer Bennett, because I was wondering if he was going to be left out tonight, but we got you in the end.
Thank you. I'll put that to the vote in the name of Councillor McKern. All those in favour? That is carried. We'll move on to the risk of notices of motion, risk to Banyul's diversity and cat confinement options. I believe there's an alternate recommendation to a notice of motion. Could that be moved, please?
Who wants to read it?
That'd be me. Okay.
Would you like to read out that slide amendment?
I can read that out, that's all right. So the notice of motion, the council, 1, as is, 2, essentially as is. There is a slight addition. There is an addition to the second last point. Outcomes from a benchmarking exercise looking into industry standards on how other local councils manage cat containment, confinement and curfew strategies that reduce risks of roaming cats to native animals and biodiversity, as well as to the health of cats in the neighbourhood. So moved.
Councillor McKern, would you like to second your notice of motion?
I really support this.
Mayor, I'm actually really proud to raise...
I think Councillor...
yes.
Councillor Champion, would you like to speak?
I will speak briefly. Thank you. As a crazy cat lady, I don't own a cat at the moment, but I have grown up with cats, I have owned cats, and I actually assumed Banyul had a curfew. I just thought we had a curfew. And I learnt recently that we actually don't. Now, as I was growing up, my learned behaviour of managing cats is that they are kept inside at night, which is the opposite of a cat, and they would rather be out at night. However, humans want their cats inside at night for their safety, for the cat's safety, as well as for the protection of our natural environment. And of course, lack of disturbance in the neighbourhood, because cats do fight. They fight very loudly and they can disturb the neighbours. So I really appreciate this notice of motion that has actually been put up by Councillor Alida and that I have stepped in on. And I do most definitely, while the theme is to really look after the local, the environment, the natural environment, I do believe it's also one that supports the health of cats. So it is set up for their, so this curfew is actually for their safety and well-being as well as for the natural environment. So thank you very much for putting this up, Councillor Alida.
Thank you. Councillor McKern.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you to you, Councillor Champion. Yes, I have raised this notice of motion on the back of Councillor Champion raising a notice of motion in relation to pest animals, namely foxes, because it did highlight the significant threat pest animals do wreak to our biodiversity, and it turned my attention to cats. So the aim of this NOM, as has been pointed out, is to understand the complaints Council has received from our community regarding roaming cats, what options Council might take to implement strategies for cat containment, and how the broader Banyule community can engage to help reduce the negative impacts of roaming cats. Did you know, Mayor, that Australia actually has one of the highest cat ownership records in the world? About a quarter of our households own a cat. So it's probably little wonder to know that pet cats kill 6,000 to 11,000 native animals per square kilometre each year in urban areas. So in preparing this NOM, I did actually reach out to the Cat Protection Society of Victoria, which is located conveniently in Greensborough. And their website acknowledges the risks to wildlife caused by cats and recommends that cats be kept on their premises for both the safety of wildlife and the safety and longevity of cats, as Councillor Champion has pointed out. The expected lifespan of a cat allowed to roam is 4 years, whereas the lifespan of a cat kept confined to its premises is 15 years. I think you'd agree this is an enormous difference, Mayor. So it's not just with regards to biodiversity then and cat safety, but also nuisance behaviour that can be caused by roaming cats. Nighttime caterwailing and urine spraying in the neighbourhood. Not only unpleasant, but can spread disease. So I'm looking forward to information coming back to Council as to how we might engage the community as well, and possible options for controlling behaviour. Why I've raised it here? Because local government has powers to implement pet management restrictions, and more councils are implementing these confinement controls. So I'm seeking the support of fellow councillors and look forward to receiving a response, which I believe will be coming back before March, which would make it 5th of February, the first council meeting of 2024. Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you for the extended time.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor De Pasquale.
Thank you, Mayor. You're happy to support this evening. I would probably be suggesting that for the viewers in the gallery and also at home too, that the mover of the notice of motion should be stated up there, and then the intention. So it is my intention to move. So could we, just for future, could we have those documented on a notice of motion so we understand exactly where it's coming from? Just because it's very confusing when there's changes made to a notice of motion coming from one councillor by another. Thank you, Mayor.
We could certainly discuss that with governance over the break. Thank you. Further comments? I'll put that in the name of Councillor somebody. Councillor Champion. That is carried. Thank you. We'll move on to item 9.2, pedestrian cycle safety advocacy and proactive traffic management plans in the northeast of Banyule. There is one speaker this. Frank. Welcome, Frank. Frank Salomon. Well used to this building.
Mayor Melican and councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. I'd like to give a special thank you to Councillor Neely for taking up this issue on behalf of the local community. It's no secret that during morning peaks on any given weekday, the traffic banks up on Diamond Creek Road from the Civic Drive roundabout all the way to Yan Yin Road. To avoid this traffic jam, traffic generally from Mernda and Doreen use Aqueduct Road and St Helena Road. This makes it very difficult for the locals to access St Helena Road. This will become even worse once the North East Link is opened, with additional traffic trying to use Diamond Creek Road to access the tollway. If the Civic Drive roundabout is not removed, the traffic will wind up in Greensborough and will use the Grimshaw Street interchange to access the North East Link, which will be highly undesirable. If my memory serves me correctly, when the Greensborough bypass was originally designed, the intersection with Civic Drive was designed as a grade-separated intersection, but due to the cost-cutting exercise, not only did we lose the second bridge over the Plenty River, we also lost the interchange, and it became a roundabout. This roundabout has never worked properly, as we soon saw with the advent of metering lights to get the traffic out of Civic Drive. Many, many years when I was working in Civic Drive, I used to use Plenty River Drive and used to come out at the bottom of Civic Drive to access Diamond Creek Road. As we have seen with the removal of the two roundabouts in Fitzsimmons Lane, this has improved the traffic movement in Fitzsimmons Lane. And I strongly advocate that Council should be advocating to the state government for the removal of this roundabout in Civic Drive to achieve the same result, to improve the traffic movements in Diamond Creek Road. I thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you, Frank. I'll look for Councillor Neely. This is your motion. I imagine you're going to move it for a slight amendment.
With some amendments. And thank you for the input from my fellow councillors for the amendments and Councillor De Pasquale. So it's some additions to point 2, call for an officer report as a matter of urgency to be presented back to Council in early 2024, providing information regarding the pedestrian and cyclist safety issues and the separate traffic management issues as detailed below. So advocacy efforts that Council could make to state government around the safety for pedestrians and cyclists and traffic management in the northeast of Banyule, specifically in relation to the footpath and cycling bridge connectivity. Request that the advocacy should include what could be implemented, and it was better worded to reduce the traffic concerns to make improvements to safety and traffic flow. So moved.
Move. Councillor Neely, seconded. Councillor Champion. Comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Frank Salamone. I know it's been a long meeting tonight and you've been waiting to speak for, almost a half hour, so appreciate your interest in this. As mentioned by Frank, there's been a number of auxiliary projects considered on roads leading to the North East Link, like the upgrade of Diamond Creek Road and the Civic Drive intersection. This notice of motion is about addressing these projects. It does have a few parts. However, I'm worried that no commitment has been made and there are growing concerns from residents living near the North East Link. I'm worried about the safety of pedestrians and cyclists surrounding the project, and that the Civic Drive roundabout projects simply won't happen. There's been 2 serious accidents on Diamond Creek Road this year, 2 teenagers being hit crossing the road. This notice of motion is also about advocacy, and it allows Council also to collect data, so that when we do work with state government, we can assess the impacts of the North East Link on this area in a very measured way. It's about addressing the pedestrian and cycling connectivity issues so that there's access, not only enough, infrastructure, but having access to safe areas that are already there, like the Plenty River Trail, and how to get to that Plenty River Trail in a safe manner. Council needs to be proactive on this. There's already been several petitions in the northeast asking council to advocate for these traffic conditions. There's strong support in the community, and waiting until after it's already completed doesn't really make sense and is an opportunity missed. So that's why I've raised this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Champion, did you wish to comment?
I will, thank you, Mayor. Just to add to a few things that Councillor Neely has said. Look, the locals call this roundabout, the Civic Drive roundabout, the roundabout of death. And they say that you take your life into your own hands when you drive through it. And I did that on Saturday. You do. Every time you go through that roundabout, you take your life into your own hands, regardless of what time of the day it is. The population is increasing in this part of Melbourne. Therefore, the number of vehicles is increasing. Many vehicles use this route, so Diamond Creek Road, up through Civic Drive roundabout, Yan Yean Road, to pass through and access suburbs that are growing in the further in the northeast. Diamond Creek Road especially is notorious for being dangerous for pedestrians and cyclists. There are virtually no provisions for these two types of transport. There are no lines, there are no lights to assist safe access. The speed limit has recently reduced from 80 kilometres an hour to 70 kilometres an hour in most of it, and that is still too fast. So now, Councillor Neely referred to a couple of high school students being in an accident. This was in May this year. 2 high school students attempted to cross the road after getting off the bus. Again, no pedestrian assistance, possibly misjudged the speed of other cars. Crossed the road. Both were hit, one harder than the other, and without going into too much detail, they are both back at school. However, they have been injured. There has been concussion, there has been brain surgery, but both have returned to school life, and the one in particular who had the brain surgery has returned to netball training. So better, but still without the complications. What is not mentioned is the traumatic impact on the drivers in these accidents and possible passengers in these cars in these accidents. That's not reported, but that's got to have happened. So in order for these to be reduced and preferably minimised to nothing, there has to be something done on these roads, on these arterial roads and this roundabout. Remove it is probably the best option, and make this a much safer, accessible area for all users. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Any further comments? I'll put that in the name of Councillor Neely. All those in favour? That is carried. Right, we'll move on to general items of business. Councillor McKern, you have a general item of business, please.
I do. Thank you very much, Mayor. Just a couple of things. Firstly, I was really proud to attend the International Day of People with Disability, an event that was held at Ivanhoe Library to launch the Diverse City Zine. And this is what a zine looks like for those who aren't informed. I certainly didn't know what a zine was before receiving this wonderful copy. The publication captures writings and images from community members across the disability spectrum, and I was particularly touched by Mary Nixon's poem about community, which, if you'll allow me the liberty, Mayor, it's only a small poem, I might read it, but I think it means a lot to those of us who are devoted to serving community. Community to me, by Mary Nixon. Community to me is being in the region with everyone around me, like your neighbours and family or friends. Even your workmates are part of one big community. We all live together as a family, one big community. From people who are around us, got Down syndrome and autism, we are very proud to be that we are one big family in community. Thank you to Mary Nixon. There's 2 spare copies that I have been given that I would like to donate to our libraries via our Director of Community Wellbeing. So thank you, Kath. and hopefully they receive a great home and they're read by our community. The other thing I would like to promote, this is just hot off the press, the Banyule calendar for 2024. And it is available online via the Banyule, what is it? If you Google Banyule Community Calendar Request, you'll find you can pop your name in. I'm not sure whether it gets delivered to you. I'll just check in with staff about that, whether it's a free delivery, or you can pick up a copy at the Customer Service Centre. So the 2024 Community Calendar, which features Banyule's significant species. Quite timely, given that we've been talking about biodiversity tonight. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Neely, you had an item of business, general business.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm just doing a quick report on the Banyule Northern Business Achievement Awards, not the Northern Banyule Achievement Awards, but we did win some awards. So we'd just like to mention the achievements of our local businesses. And the grand finale was on the 7th of December, so very recent. So the winners were Little Heroes Australia. They were a stellar winner in the human resources category. As a registered NDIS provider, they specialise in early intervention and support coordination for children. They started with only 4 staff members in 2016 and they've now grown to a team of over 90, and they service over 300 childcare centres, showcasing their dedication and their impact on the community. Part Maker, it's another business. They were a standout in the field. Part Makers awarded for the Exporter of the Year, and their expertise lies in crafting custom dental implant solutions. So they're pushing the boundaries in that area of the technology, also to provide solutions for patients dealing with facial cancers. So really, really unique business. And lastly, the young Banyule Business Achiever was Ahmed Maridi, a proud owner of the Crooks Barbershop along with Abukar in Heidelberg. His contributions extend beyond business and he engages in community development, providing training and volunteering for young individuals in a non-for-profit youth centre. So really outstanding, diverse businesses, very proud of them, and thank you to the staff also that identified them in Banyule. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neely. Councillor Champion, you had a note of general item of business?
I did. Thank you very much, Mayor. So Diamond Valley Library in Greensborough, after driving through the roundabout of death, I made it there alive on Saturday morning. They celebrated their 50th birthday. And there were lots of laughs, lots of fun, dancing, music, 70s themed party. So a lot of the staff came in flares and big flowers and beads and rose-coloured glasses. Now this is a significant community service milestone. This library actually started with a handful of ladies and a very small collection of books in a basement in 1973. So, and it's grown to providing a much greater service than just borrowing books out of a basement, including a very safe place for all of us to be able to connect. Joining me on that birthday party was the Councillor Karen Egan from Nillumbik Council. She's currently the Deputy Mayor. She's on the Library Board with me, and former board member Councillor Natalie Duffy, also a councillor from Nillumbik Council. We want to actually congratulate the CEO, Jane Cowell, for creating a culture of community, connection, safety and learning since her appointment by the board in 2018. So thank you to the Diamond Valley Library staff for hosting us, the Diamond Creek Karaoke Choir for singing some of our great dance songs, which we grew up with, and we could sing along and dance along too because we knew all the words. Thank you for the petting zoo, the face painting, the silent disco and the 2 cakes. One was chocolate, one was vanilla. And there was something for all party guests of all ages, so many happy returns.
Thank you. I think that's how they normally dress in Nillumbik, isn't it?
You're a very funny man, Mayor.
Can we get that wiped off the tape, please? Sorry. Councillor Mitsiniskos, you have a general item of business.
I do, thanks, Mayor. On Wednesday night, we actually had the Viewbank Scouts, who are aged between 11 and 14, visit us here at the Ivanhoe Chambers for their final session of the year. Some of the younger groups, the Cubs and things, they went mini golf, but the older kids, they came here and our CEO explained all about council, what we do, what happens in a meeting, and all the council services. There were many questions, many questions. And we ended up splitting up the groups and into two, and they elected a mayor, and we had several councillors, and we ran a mock meeting. There were very funny comments, I have to say, and all the scouts got into their councillor roles and took on the items, and the mayor really got into their role, and there was lots of order in the courts and. It was a really great night. They had a great fun, and I don't think I've laughed in the chambers so much. Thanks to our CEO Alison and also to Megan for their great acting skills as speakers for and against, and of course for organising the event. And also a big thanks to all the Scout leaders for all the volunteering they do, because without them putting in all the time and effort, none of this would be possible for all these kids. And I think we had close to 30 kids here. So it was great fun. And I have another item, sorry. So the next item I'm talking about is the Christmas Day luncheon, which is being organised with Exodus Community and also Bansick. And currently we've had 85 places have been registered. So we've had a lot of interest in it, and it's a Christmas Day lunch for those who are isolated or alone on Christmas Day, and they come and join us at Belfield Community Hub for a hearty lunch. So lots of people, lots of fun, cheerfulness. So those who would, have no family or no friends to spend Christmas with aren't alone, or those who, in fact, can't afford to put Christmas lunch on the table. I did have the brochure, but anyway, I'll go through it. To book a spot, you need to call Shop 48 on 8582 9501, or otherwise I'm guessing you could just call directly to Council. Yes, we have 35 places left, but it's going to be a great day. My family and I will be there on the day helping out, and I know that Councillor Alida will be there as well. It's a great initiative to help those in our community who are isolated or alone. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'll have a couple of general item business. The first one's a bit of a sad one. Just like to mention the passing of Tom Payne OAM, who has passed away at the age of 90. Tom was born in Fitzroy in 1933 and went to school at St Bridget's. He started his working life as a bellboy in a city hotel at the age of 14. He was married to Laureline in 1954, and in 1957 started to live and manage the Old England Hotel. He has been the owner of the Old England Hotel since 1958. He was president of the Victorian Hotels Association and served on the executive of the federal body. He's a life member of the State and National Australian Hotels Association, and he's also in the Australian Hotels Association Hall of Fame. He's been a member of Rotary since 1960 and was awarded the OAM in 2012. Tom supported many community activities and was a massive supporter of the Heidelberg Arts Society. From a humble beginning and through some hard work and a keen eye for detail, he became a very successful businessman and never forgot the importance of family and community. I unfortunately missed his funeral and would like to pass on the condolences to his family. He will be sadly missed and certainly was one of the great men that helped shape our city. And on a happier note, I'd like to, even though it's not actually in Banyule, but it's on our border, La Trobe University, the state government and BioNTech announced a joint funding agreement and on the 8th of December, the Victorian Premier Jacinta Allen, the Victorian Minister for Economic Growth, Tim Pallas, who was also the Treasurer, joined the CEO of La Trobe Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor and the Honourable John Brunby to announce the global biotech company BioNTech will establish an mRNA manufacturing facility at La Trobe University. BioNTech is committed to improving the health of people with their research and development of immunotherapies, utilising the full potential of the immune system to fight serious diseases. Together with its partnership with Pfizer, the company was known to develop the first approved COVID-19 vaccination. And they also announced a new project and research facility, and with an investment of $12 million from the state government, to develop a AI research centre for the development of medical procedures using AI. So that was a significant and rather a major announcement last Friday. So that was, I think, even though it's not in Banyule, it's on our border, and I think will be a significant. They talked about 8,000 jobs, high quality jobs over the next 10 years once those facilities have been developed. So that was a great announcement. And we'll move on to public questions. There's been 2 public questions tonight. The first one is from Wendy Palliser, and I notice that she's not in the room, so that question and response will be included in the papers. The second question is for Kevin Hill, and I've noticed he's still in the gallery. So, Kevin, would you like to step forward and ask your question? Would you? Hasn't been that long. I have a copy here if you'd like it. Thanks, Brian.
Geez, I look after the old people here, I tell you. Question was, does Council conduct post-completion audits of capital works projects, and how do ratepayers access this data? And the second part of the question, if Council does so, I would like to request a copy of the new Pocket Park corner Waterdale Road and Upper Heidelberg Road intersection in Ivanhoe, including data on the number of patrons visiting the Pocket Park since it was commissioned.
Thank you, Kevin. I'll get the Director, Darren Bennett. I'll ask the Director of City Services to respond, please, Darren.
Yeah, thank you. You can view this question in both ways. Once from a contractual arrangement, once from a usage. So from a contractual arrangement, Council undertakes a final inspection with all appropriate internal stakeholders to ensure contracted works have been delivered to the specification prior to the practical completion certificate being issued to the contractor. Given this is a contractual document, this information is not available to the public. In addition, Council typically employs pedestrian counters when it's unsure of whether a park or an asset is successful or requires upgrade due to overuse or indeed underuse. Given Waterdale Pocket Park is a new asset and Council has received very positive feedback from the community, Council has no data in relation to the use of Waterdale Park at this stage.
Thank you very much. Well, that basically concludes our last meeting for the issue. I'd like to thank all the participants. I can assure you that we really do appreciate your input, and I know we normally all agree on things. I think your presence makes this a lot better and a much more, certainly keeps councillors and council officers on their toes. So thank you for your input. I'd also like to thank all the officers and wish them all the best for Christmas. Sometimes I think we focus too much on what we haven't got. We should really sit back and appreciate what we have got, because I think we are very lucky people to live in Banyule and to live in Australia, so I think we should appreciate that. I hope everyone enjoys their rest. I look forward to you all coming back next year, and I hope you take a little bit of time to be with your families and relax, because it has been a tough year. I'm getting the wind up from Ryan. It has been a tough year, but I thank you for all your support and help during the year, and I wish you all a happy Christmas. Thank you. Thank you. What to say, close the meeting? No.